Hello. Gonna start streaming a little bit of something different. You see, we got ourselves a little bit of a painting stream here. Let's see here. Make sure I got things going. Yep, it looks like we're starting off right. Do. Okay, everything looks like it's solid. Alright, yeah. So today we're going to do a little bit of a self-portrait stream for International Self-Portrait Day. So on my let's see here. I should have my... Here we go. My bad. Now I got a nice little image I'm going to be copying from. Well, not copying, drawing from. Alright, so we got ourselves a nice little start here. Alright, that's a good solid start here. Okay, now we got a good little undersketch here. I got some basic forms of work from Fat Ugly triple chin shit going on here. Now I need a good background color. It's gonna lag for a little bit here. Do 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 do. It's still loading. Do 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 do. So yeah, mind you, I probably won't be seeing. Okay, fucking internet decided to crap out on me. So hopefully I should be back on online. Okay, we should be back up and going. Okay, so it's not the brush thing there. I think it's here. I think I need to scale this down just so I can get the... Oops. Okay, let's resize the image to a little smaller. Maybe it should make the... That'll make it so that we won't have a... Huh. Hopefully it should be to not receive enough. So I think I might be having a little bit of issues with my streaming here. Let's see if that might tweak some things here. Okay. Let's see here. I'm going to try restarting it. Alright, let's see if this will work. So, looks like I'm still getting some lagginess in my video here. I'm unsure. Alright. Alright, now we got a good underpainting. Okay, so now we got ourselves a good base coat. So now we got some tones working. All right, let's see if my stream still acting up. Fuck. This shit's not such a pain in the ass. See if increasing the bit rate might work out. You're getting a little bit better quality now. Looks like it. Okay, so it looks like we got some. Just have to tweak the bit rate on some shit. Okay. All right. God damn it. So yeah, it looks like I got a little bit of background noise on some shit here. Let me see if I can fix that. Okay, does that seem like it's a little bit better? All right. So we could probably get a little bit more work done on this. All right. Who knows? The Earth isn't a triangular. It's a pyramid. True. Okay, I'm probably. This is a very interesting. This is a very interesting discussion. I might actually put this on my stream. Okay, let me see about putting this on. Okay, now we're active. Oh, there we go.
Where, like,
we have
said an asteroid
desktop
was hit the
audio
Earth,
now.
and we had to
Okay,
spend
awesome.
a lot of money to stop the asteroid from hitting the Earth.
No, not familiar.
Well, it's a movie where like humanity was gonna go extinct unless we spent a bunch of money, right? But like it was a lot of money. It was really hard to do. I think you would be obliged to say we shouldn't do it, right? Because they might be lying to us, and we can't be sure that the asteroid is coming.
Yeah, it depends what the effects of it are. You know, what
human
they
extinction. Right? So we spend a lot.
Right, but the solution would be like, well, if it'd be worse, you know, like what the
worse than human extinction.
No, wait. But
worse than getting human extinction.
Right, but like, okay, think about it this way. I mean, the thing is, the thing is, I can say whatever. I can say, well, we're gonna die tomorrow unless you give me a bunch of money, and it's like, okay, just to be safe.
But you're not NASA.
But you're not. So what is the uncertainty that you have, and why do you have?
It's kind of like religion, right? Like you're gonna go to hell forever, so might as well believe religion, you know? So like,
it's a holy cow in this server, bud.
Yeah.
Fucked up.
You're preaching the gospel to a bunch of unbelievers already.
Well, I know, but I'm not a religious person, you know. I'm not.
You seem pretty religiously convinced.
But that's what I'm saying. But
it seems like.
Wait. But that's what I'm saying.
No, hold on.
You missed my point. I was agreeing with you on religion.
Hold on. Auntie asked you, what evidence could there possibly be that would change your view? And you still don't know, right? I don't know.
Very faith-based,
which suggests to me that you don't have this belief on the basis of like a set of experimental outcomes of a scientific investigation, and instead you have this belief based on essentially faith. You have these religious beliefs about like how incentives are like motivating scientists in a particular way. And those like religious convictions lead you to agnosticism.
Well,
see how this is all evidence based.
Correct me if I'm wrong. But
I will.
Yeah, I know you will. But I'm just kind of putting it out there. You said just in case. What if it is true? I mean, am I wrong that you guys are saying this? If climate change is true, if we didn't do anything about it, the outcome of it is devastating, right? Am I wrong that this is your take on it?
Yeah. Wait, hold on. I don't think I understand your question. You're asking me if I think that if global warming is true, then the threat is gestating. Is that your question?
I don't think so.
Can you ask your question in like simpler language? My brain is like really stupid.
No, I don't think you're stupid. I just think.
I think I'm stupid. I didn't say you.
I don't think you're.
Only a fool thinks they're intelligent.
It's a great compliment, but if you could like dumb down your question and make it.
Okay. I know. Okay. Yeah. We're going off a tangent. All right. I know what you mean. All right. So.
Okay, now we
isn't one of the arguments that's commonly presented? I don't know if you're presenting it. That what are the outcomes if we didn't take the side of precaution and assume that climate change was real based on
that's a garbage argument.
Yeah, right? No, that's not what we hold a stronger argument.
We think that it is
actually true that climate change is real and caused by humans.
All right, sure, fair enough.
It's not that we just assuming.
Right. Hey, why don't you spend a penny in case there's a god that will kill you unless you spend a penny right?
Well, I guess that was my point. Is this like?
No, I don't believe that at all.
Why have I been mailing you these pennies, Bolly? What the fuck?
Oh fuck! Oh no, my get rich slow scheme is falling apart at the seams.
But it's kind of like the same
motivated.
Thing. It's kind of like what's the outcome? It's kind of like the same as oh well,
No,
you gotta go to hell forever. Therefore, we should just be a Christian just in case.
But we just agreed that was a bad line of reasoning.
I know.
We are not doing that. Okay.
We have much more confidence that global warming is happening due to human activity. Much more confidence that that's actually the case than we do that laser beams from Mars might kill us unless we do more solar energy, right?
So.
Yep. So you have to compare what's normative and what's descriptive about climate change.
So I think at the end of the day, dude, like if I can't, like I think you're pivoting a little bit, or you're not really pivoting, but you're oscillating between two arguments.
Sure,
probably. The one that is kind of interesting is the degree of uncertainty that you have as to whether or not this is true, and not so much like the costs that we'd bear as a society if it were true. So, like, why do you believe that this is incorrect, other than the fact that you think there's like a global cabal? Like, what's the scientific evidence that you have that this is like not true?
I don't think it may not be an exact cabal, but people may feel pressured.
Back again. Apparently, I'm having so much fun with my current connection. It's not even funny.
Another way to ask this question.
I guess I don't have any.
Okay. I don't think you have an answer.
Well, I just said that I don't.
Shouldn't you be like agnostic then?
Sure.
What?
Let me hide that around here real quick.
Well, this led to a whole bunch of fucking nothing, didn't it?
Okay, so
bro, I'm playing Genshin.
Oh hell yeah, brother! Hell yeah!
To CCP right now as we speak.
How much money you spent, dude?
$0.
Oh, you're about to spend some though.
I don't even know how the game works yet. So.
Oh, that doesn't matter.
So now we got
put money in
ourselves
the game and it'll work.
Money in a gotcha game. What the hell?
I'd like to report Retro to the authorities. He's pushing CCP propaganda.
Yes, that's exactly what.
Did anyone else ever have trouble distinguishing Retro from Rocket Man?
All right, guys. Have a good day.
What is this, dude?
Yeah, you take care, man.
What is this?
The truth is out there. The Earth is flat. Don't trust the globe heads, man.
Have a good day, Petra. I'm glad you were able to come here and talk to us.
All right.
I mean, at least Rocket Man has fucking hair. I don't have.
Holy fucking shit! Oh my god.
Fucking questions, dude.
What?
Man, it seemed pretty.
Why did you freak out?
Come on.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, oftentimes I was muted, deaf muted for the longest time. I don't know how long you guys were talking to that guy.
Like 20 minutes.
But, yeah, it's pretty.
No, it was
weird. Pretty dumb. Yes, that's.
He became like a bit sincere over time, but like at the beginning, it was like high school low tier trolling.
I don't know if it's a troll.
He came off as like a troll when it started.
Yeah.
Like, just sort of like poking fun at or not. I don't know. He was just he sounded like a troll, but then like as the conversation went on, it seemed that he was more sincere than one might have believed at the beginning. But yeah.
Like the dialectics of that kind of exchange is like a majority of what convinced me that
the Earth
climate change is that there's not good arguments against climate change. Just like conspiratorial, like all of these scientists, all of them are politically motivated, and all the journal, like you would get so famous by disproving like the prevailing climate models that like there would need to be like a massive cover up from all of these journals,
an insane amount.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, your rhetorics during that conversation were fucking spot on, dude.
I'm in a bad mood today, man.
No, that's
it
fine.
did not show. You did really.
I I think
I mean,
most
it's not
of the time,
fine,
like, the way you handle those conversations is you just like ask them what would change their mind, and if their answer is nothing, then
fuck off.
you're already in a lot of trouble.
There's a
But it
better
seems like
tactic.
he did have like, and then the second answer was, or second question is, well, like what evidence do you have that the science is wrong?
No, there's a curveball that they've never experienced before, so you need to throw it at them. And it's, I just don't, banning CO2 emissions, I don't think it'll hurt anybody, right? What evidence?
I think that the turning point of the conversation.
How can you prove to me that banning cars will have hurt the economy? I don't believe it. Right? It's just a big. It's all the car industry's lying to us.
I mean,
yada yada yada.
ask AOC about her $1 trillion Green New Deal, right?
No, it won't cost $1 trillion. That's a conspiracy theory.
I'm joking.
It'll cost $50, right? That's what I think. I did the number. I did the math.
Actually, I'm not sure what number it could be, and I'm perfectly agnostic. But there's actually not a non-zero. There's actually not like a uniform probability distribution on a countably infinite set, or even an uncountably.
How many standard deviations is out of the norm? That's the question. Okay.
You just said there are no continuous uniform distributions. What are you doing?
Yeah. Wait a second. Wait a second.
Side note. Shut up, nerd.
What distinguishes
like be 1 trillion as 10 trillion as 100 trillion?
No.
It won't be free. I mean, I'm memeing. It's not, I don't think it costs like 15
What?
million.
What distinguishes the real number? Like, so that means there's no like probability preserving bijection from the, because you can define a uniform distribution on any interval of any finite interval, not finite interval, any. Oh shit!
Lebesgue integrable.
My man's drunk.
Lebesgue, isn't it Lebesgue? Well, the real numbers are Lebesgue integrable. Technically, they just because I think you can assign an infinite. You can assign infinity to measures.
Yeah.
No, yeah, finite Lebesgue integral. Even that might not be enough, right? Because like you could have like a really pathological, like it could be like a non-interval. I guess if you specify it's an interval and you specify it's Lebesgue integral of the interval is finite, then you can.
Honestly, I've forgotten what we're trying to satisfy.
Yeah, but the problem is
trying to describe why they're like. What is the rule that generalizes the fact that you can't have a uniform distribution on the natural numbers to the fact that you can't have a uniform distribution on the real numbers? Because all of them have, because every subset of the natural numbers has zero Lebesgue measure.
Wait, but it's just not a continuous. You can have a uniform distribution over a discrete collection, yeah.
Yeah, but not if it's countably infinite.
Oh yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
No one
guys, I know calculus too. I know calculus as well. Yep.
So Lebesgue goes left to right.
Lebesgue.
Money goes Burke. Money go Burke.
See, money's not real, so therefore we should spend all of it.
Money is a societal construct, so therefore.
Yeah.
Wait, where's
Money
Jeremy
is actually
Bentham's head
debt.
was in here, and I think
So
he
the more
knows.
debt we have, the better we are. I heard that.
Max, what's the answer? Damn it!
I'm an economist.
Is Max in here?
He was.
Max. Oh no, he's still here. He's just. Not
Do you guys know if Genshin Impact lets you have a Discord overlay?
No.
Oh.
For now, at least, I think.
That's so stupid.
I hate Discord
characters
overlay.
seem too young to be dressed the way they're dressed. I'm not a huge fan of it.
I mean, sometimes you have to.
Very haram.
Right?
Yeah. What character are you talking about?
So what now?
If
Can you say the? Okay, sure.
if you sum up an accountably infinite collection of zeros, right, you'll get zero.
Amber, Paimon, literally every character you've met in the first 5 levels.
What's wrong with fucking Amber?
Amber is a child. She looks like a child.
A child.
Wait, is Amber? Wait, guys, is Amber
Scantily
good?
clad.
Is Amber good?
I don't know.
She's trash. She's actually the worst
care.
character in the game.
Okay, fuck
She
you,
seems
sorry.
fun to play as. I don't know.
no,
I'm having fun.
Wait. I'm not trolling. I wasted a bunch of I wasted a bunch of XP books on her.
No, I'm not using any XP until I figure out what the meta is about all this shit and everything else.
I'm just gonna play the characters I think are fun. I like the electricity girl.
Official?
No, Lisa, the librarian. She's my favorite.
The witch.
Yeah, she's also pretty bad though.
She's my wife though.
Man, I see. This is what I don't like about these fucking games. It's like, oh, you gotta all these champs trash.
Well, they're not
meta.
actually bad, right? You can beat the game or like the end game content with them, but I like playing with better characters.
You need that 5-star triple S rank.
That's exactly right,
except they released the 6-star, so now you need to buy the special package thing that gives you the super crystals that you need to level up.
That's oh shit, they're level 9. Not sure if I can handle these
Anybody
fuckers.
else live in a heavy Republican area and noticed today that all the Trump trucks have flags on them now because of yesterday?
They've always had flags on them.
Yeah.
No, now it's even worse. I went to go get my
getting
Timmies
worse,
today,
yeah.
and it's like every truck had them on it.
I haven't hit it out today, but I'm tempted.
We're gonna have like a huge littering problem with flags.
Oh yeah.
Really?
Actually, I don't believe litter is bad for the environment. Can you?
I can't wait for.
What did the Russians say about that?
So there's an institutional reason.
Correlation does not imply causation, okay?
Okay, let's see about doing some
Nope, we
work
can't
on
do that.
those.
Science doesn't like it. Doesn't ever make it
Listen,
plausible.
even if every organization in the world says A is greater than B, I don't believe it, dude. I don't believe it.
If this is a scientific thing, I don't believe it.
Well,
I don't believe in any Dude, I don't believe in any scientific consensus.
Bias meme.
It's totally
so
stupid.
fucking
It's
cringe.
scientifically proven.
You know the scary part.
You know, what if the scientific consensus is politically motivated? Okay, dude. What if?
Yeah. That's the scary part. Is like now,
What do you
especially with
mean,
COVID,
what
you sort
if?
of see
Of
the rise
course
of
it is.
anti-science, right? So the anti-science sentiment is becoming more and more prevalent. It's really terrifying.
Like all the lefties who don't believe in nuclear power. It's pretty cringe.
Wait, I believe in nuclear power.
No.
You're cringe.
The
No.
nuclear
At
power
least
plants
nuclear
just
power, you can make
have,
the argument about nuclear waste and nuclear catastrophes, right?
Hold
To
on.
have, like-
Have any of you ever worked in one? I have. Have any of you ever worked in one?
I mean,
Wait, really?
I
What was
worked
it
on-
like? Wait, what was
we
it
had
like?
We had wind turbines in the
Okay,
back. I'll tell you because I'm an electrician, right? You get all your tools provided by the nuke because they do not want you to take
The
any
nuke.
tools away. Yes, that's what you call it, a nuke. And you just get all your tools from the company or the, in my case, Alabama Power, because there's one nuclear power plant here, and that's it. Like they're really paranoid about you, like infecting people with radiation and shit, even though there's like no real risk. I don't know why. It doesn't even matter if you're not even working near the reactor. They just give you the tools regardless.
Regardless.
I mean,
Regardless is not a word, right?
People have used it so much that it's become a word, and I'm a descriptivist. It just irritates me.
Okay, well, I'm an uneducated guy, and I don't really care about my language.
Look at a nuclear power plant. What are you talking about?
I'm not that educated. I just turn wrenches
just
for a
an
living.
average Joe, I just I go down to the nuclear power plant.
Well,
I just push a bunch of buttons.
Yeah, you sign a
who
list
knows?
at a union hall, and you say, "Hey, I want to work," and then they send you there. It's not that complicated.
Hell yeah! I know that.
With some temp work,
I can
like
understand
they hire
why
people like
they're
temp
paranoid,
workers.
because if there's ever
No,
a problem,
yeah, I mean-
everybody's gonna extrapolate that to all nuclear energy, so they don't want
Yeah, but the problem is like, okay, the thing about nuclear energy. So apart from the nuclear waste issue, that's the first problem. But the also problem, like as you said, there's so many. There are like multiple catastrophes that happen in this state. There's still high levels of radiation around the power plant to this day, right? Years later.
they dealt with most of the fallout.
Oh, is it? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
What? Why do?
So
what's
it
the
looks like
objection
we're
to the
still dealing with
government
some
lying during
issues
the
with,
crisis?
streaming
That's
on
a
this.
conversation waiting to happen.
Oh, God,
Exactly.
that's
Except that it might.
Let's see if we can do some more
uh,
tweaking.
Seems to me the only reason to disprove the government lying is if you think that it causes more
Turn this to
harm than
4,000
good.
kilobytes.
So it's like purely a calculation
Well, yeah,
about the damage
of course.
from panic, the damage from overreaction, and the damage from underreaction. action. Right?
Well, and also the damage from a loss of trust in institutions that up until now were incredibly important to the way that the average citizen would behave for the betterment of a society.
Yeah. So, right, I don't have the kind of trust in the government where I think that if it's true, they'll tell me it's true. The kind of trust I have in government is that if they think I need to know, then they will tell me.
So kind of more like the way a child would trust their parents, sort of. And I don't mean that entirely derogatorily.
Parents,
I don't.
Kids trust their parents to always tell them the truth. That's why they believe them when they say there's Santa Claus. The people who blindly trust the government to say everything that's true and not omit any truths, they are the ones being childlike.
Well, I guess I'm thinking of it more from the government's point of view, in that it's like the same way that you don't tell your child, like the movie It's a Wonderful Life, where the guy and his son get taken to a concentration camp, and he pretends it's a game so that his son won't become like extremely depressed. And
that's not It's a Wonderful Life.
I know what movie you're talking about, though. It is.
That is. It's a wonderful. It's an Italian film.
It's a great movie. It's an incredible movie.
Really touching movie.
That was that one.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I don't think that's a.
Right?
Oh,
Beautiful Life. Yeah, I think it's a Beautiful Life. A Wonderful Life is the one where the meme comes. I want to live, Clarence. I want to live.
But regardless,
life is beautiful. It's not life is beautiful, not It's a Wonderful Life.
Okay, well, I completely twisted that one around, but I was
I think
that was bad.
Has interests other than educational, right? I trust like scientists to tell me the truth. I trust like my educators to tell me the truth. I trust my parents to tell me like truths that are relevant to my upbringing. But I don't trust the government. I don't think the job of the government is to be a truth teller. I think the job of the government is to like manage its political interests according to like the political norms.
Okay,
and
so we need to go a little bit more detail added.
That like allows the government to lie when it's beneficial enough.
So long you're allowed to do that, so long as you're not caught lying, right? The issue with doing that, the issue with that strategy, if you're caught lying whilst being the government, you'll get a lot of backlash.
I think that is stupid. I think people who disapprove of the government lying to them, like in situations where it's within political norms for them to lie, I think those people are stupid.
I guess it's just that approving of or allowing that sort of thing can go south really fast if the government decides to start lying about the wrong things.
Do you think, there's any governments that haven't started to lie about things?
So
I think Pandora's box is open.
Yeah, we don't want them to lie about specific things, right? I prefer a government to be as truthful as possible, in my honest opinion.
But everything's already fucked, is what you're saying. It's like who cares if they tell the truth? They're just going to lie about other things that matter anyway. It's
no. Should they tell the truth, like their intelligence operations?
Well, no, but and that's a good example. That is a good example.
Should they tell the truth about? Should we have told the truth about? Like if a reporter asked us, "Hey, are you going to be attacking Germany tomorrow?"
Wait a second. It's like so there's talking about covert operations going on, where you're trying to protect people, highly trained operatives in other countries and that sort of thing, and then there's telling people how bad nuclear fallout is from something that is a public health crisis.
So
that has an import on what sort of behaviors people should take.
Depends on the lie, right?
It does, yes.
So, for instance, if I say, "Hey, there's radiation here," people might freak out. They might like ban nuclear power as a result of this, even if the level of radiation is like lower than your fucking microwave, right? Like lower than the radiation you absorb from using your microwave.
Well, then why not make that part of how you tell the truth?
Because okay, really? Surely the answer to educate the public so that they don't overreact to radiation is not something that is not something that can happen That's not within Japan's the government of Japan's ability after the Fukushima incident, right? That can't happen over the course of a week. They can't like slow roll out, hey, we're going to change everyone's attitude to be reasonable about radiation. That,
Yeah, no,
like, the
I
time
guess it's
scale
just
for changing public attitudes about radiation is not at the level of weeks. It might not even be at the level of like months.
okay. Where are you getting this whole time scale idea?
Someone said just educate them, and I don't think that that is like a relevant consideration.
And there's no evidence that you
how
presented.
the Japanese government should have handled that. I'm just arguing about what the norms should be. I'm not arguing about
okay, but
whether...
you're arguing about the norms based on this sort of intuition that you seem to be putting forward that people couldn't be somehow reasonably
It's
like,
just hypothetical.
educated to the actual extent
It's,
of damage.
It's just a hype. I'm not saying that people can't possibly. I'm not saying that it can't. People can't possibly be educated about that, right? I'm saying that if you have a population that has this uneducated attitude, then you might have a good enough reason to lie about the radiation that's out there.
I mean, yeah, it's a justification I've heard before. I mean, I get it.
Is it a justification that you agree with?
I mean, not entirely, obviously.
Not entirely. Okay, so what's the argument for that shouldn't be within political norms?
Well, like you said, and like we've kind of been, revealing in this dialogue, that there seems to be obvious demarcation between where secrecy. I mean, I guess what you would say is you would argue that secrecy in the case of how bad things were at Fukushima, which somebody else asked, do I know the full extent? No, but I do from what I read and understood of it.
The actual facts of Fukushima are kind of irrelevant, right?
Yeah,
So
the only thing that, from what I understood, was that they did up to a certain point conceal how bad it really was, which is the major point of what we're talking about. And I guess what you would say is that the import of doing that in that case was just as much. It was just as important, or maybe over the threshold of important.
Fall within those bounds.
We're going to switch to Wi-Fi on the
Fukushima incident.
What about
desktop.
Chernobyl?
A good example is Chernobyl.
I can tinker with that.
Yeah,
Chernobyl is a much worse case.
Yeah.
So hopefully we
thousands
should
of
be able
people
to have
died
a
in
better
part because they were not instructed to go anywhere, and that may have also been because there was very little that could have been done. That hundreds of thousands would have died anyway, but it was such a profound betrayal.
If hundreds of thousands would have died, if the same amount of people would have died anyway, then you should probably just tell the truth.
Well, and also, I guess this is the thing too, is that to some extent, I don't feel like lying, or maybe not lying, but just not telling people the truth about covert operations doesn't carry this fundamental sense of betrayal that I think is there when you lie about something that directly impacts their lives and the way that they might try to live their lives, and whether or not they're going to always respond rationally to that. I don't know. I feel like
do you think the government
probably
shouldn't
has to
take
do with
into
trying to
account
do
how people react to things? That shouldn't.
I think they should
be agnostic to that.
Well, I mean, I think it depends on what we're talking about. I think in the case of something
Can we talk
like,
about something then? I don't know why you're like zooming out to
widespread radiation is. I think they're talking about something like how widespread radiation is from a nuclear fallout.
Do you agree that if you had good reason to think that people would act irrationally if you told them that there was a safe amount of radiation in an area, do you agree that if you thought that people would act irrationally on that basis, that is a consideration in favor of misrepresenting that fact?
Well, isn't that what the Soviet Union used as their reasoning?
Yeah, I mean,
right. I'm saying, hold on. Here's what I'm not saying. I'm not saying that makes it okay to lie about it. I'm just saying that fact, like taken together with a whole bunch of other ones, right? The question is, which direction does that particular fact point? Now, it might be that all things considered, you shouldn't lie. Like once you take in all of the considerations, there's like a much better reason to tell the truth than there is to lie. That's I'm not asking about the all things considered evaluation. I'm just saying when you look, if you knew that people would react irrationally in a way that was harmful, don't you think that that would point in the like when you put it on the scale, that would be like a consideration in favor of misrepresenting the truth?
Yeah, that's why they did it.
That's right. Well, that's not the only consideration, but you think that's the only consideration?
I think that to some extent it's funny. There's a lot of
Can you answer the
conflicting
question?
research. There's a lot of conflicting research regarding how people respond in times of disaster like this.
Yeah, okay.
Like take for instance
respond to my
during the Blitz in London, whenever the Nazis were bombing the heck out of it, and, you know, it's relevant.
It is
Give me a
irrelevant to my question.
No, it's not. If you
I
let me
asked
explain.
you, all right, you're answering whether or not people actually do act irrationally. I'm not. My question didn't ask.
Oh, you're just saying
hey,
whether or not they think they're going to.
No,
well, that's
I'm saying if you had good reason to think. So if you when you looked at all the historical data and you looked at all the data for like your particular region and your particular culture at this particular time, if you had really good reason to think that people would act irrationally if you told them about the safe level of radiation,
let's see
right?
here.
So you're not
Yeah,
concealing
we need to flesh out the rest of it a
thing
little
that will
bit.
harm them, right? You're not like telling them something safe when it's dangerous.
Okay, I have a better example that I can bring.
Okay,
so
you're just gonna ignore the question. Okay.
No, I'm trying to work my brain around this.
Answering my question with a question.
No, I'm not answering your question with a question. I'm answering your question with an analogy in which I can try to think out my answer. It's a complicated thing to try and answer in a way, you know? I mean, we're talking about how geopolitical entities make decisions based on modeling and reasoning and sociology and psychology and all that sort
I'm
of stuff.
asking a very narrow question in that domain.
Mm-hmm.
But sure, go through your analogy.
Well, so in the case of a bank short, for instance, to a huge degree, a bank short, you know, for anybody, is everybody familiar with that? Basically, when everybody tries to get their money at once, yeah, and of course because of fractional investment banking or whatever they call it, it's not all there, and everyone panics. That is definitely a case where you're having to really carefully cultivate the kind of optics and ways of communicating about the issue. And yeah, I think that there are definitely I think that there are times where you kind of have to roll out the truth in an organized fashion. I think that's reasonable to say, but I think that is different. That there needs to that can't just be lying about it. Because again, I feel like there's this important this important sort of honor system between a people, the governed and the governor, that is, I mean, being violated there.
Sure,
yeah.
I agree that that there is a norm of truth telling for the government. That there is there's like a cost to lying. I agree, but I also think that like there are circumstances where you like the government's other like obligations justify misrepresenting the truth. For instance, I mean, there's ones where we all agree, right? Like it's okay for the government to lie about whether they're going to attack Germany on D-Day, right? So it's okay to violate the norm of truth telling, violate the norm of like, hey, what is our military actually doing in these other countries? It's okay to violate that sometimes.
Yeah.
Other times it isn't, right? Like if the government lied about what happened at My Lai, that would be bad. But there, I mean, I don't know if in that case there could be a strong enough consideration to justify lying. Like unless you had like a lot of confidence that the government could like keep itself honest, but I don't have a lot of faith about that.
Yeah, and I guess it's a matter also of just a lot of people, I feel they operate in a much more nuanced way when they're thinking about their trust in the government. And like, whereas you may think, oh, well, the government, of course, they're going to lie to me about things that will help that'll be important to them being able to maintain like a geopolitical foothold in the world economy and like other sorts of situations where they're trying to engage in
where it's
covert
justified
operations and manage
I
public
hope they lie to me.
reactions.
I just don't think they will lie to me. I hope that they'll lie to me.
Okay, do you think that
you're in the
do you think that the average
minority
citizen,
in that? Yeah.
Yeah,
I
do you
don't
think
care
the
if
average citizen is going to do this?
I don't care if the average citizen does that. If the average citizen were a fucking flat earther, that wouldn't change my attitude about whether they ought to be a flat earther.
Well, I wasn't suggesting that. You know, I understand if you would think that people ought to have the view
Yes,
that
I
you
am
do.
arguing that the norms that people apply to our government with respect to lying are unreasonable. That is my. I thought I made my position clear, but that's my view. I think people
Well, I think
hold
that
the
the average
government to be
person,
truth telling too much.
I think that the average person would be willing to agree with you about, like, for instance, covert operations.
Yes,
like
everyone
not,
agrees about that.
Yeah.
Yes, that is uncontroversial. The part that is controversial, that I don't think ought to be, is like situations like Fukushima or other situations where people think that there's a risk but there isn't, or where there's like a greater risk from panic than there is from the actual underline the actual like event that you're misrepresenting.
Yeah, I think there's a fair point there. I mean, I certainly don't think it's I don't think it's a bad one.
Gur, I'm curious what your thoughts are on if, as some people are kind of wanting lately, is the government of the United States and other Western countries to, in effect, open source the design of our currently functioning nuclear reactors so that the general public can look at them and see if they're going to be defective in nature. I wonder if you have any thoughts on that.
Well, I mean, I haven't really heard about this concept before. I mean, I think that open sourcing has proven itself to be pretty remarkably useful in the software domain. Obviously, there would be a really small percentage of the population that could really weigh in any meaningful way. But I mean, that small percentage in a country of over 330 million people it would be a pretty significant contribution at a very low cost of management. You know, that's the wonderful thing about crowdsourcing is that it's just so cost effective because you know,
see where we started.
Because in most cases, you know, there's like often either a voting system or a consensus that is established, and you don't have to organize that consensus in a costly way, the way that you would with like a certification system or like a bid war between major corporations or all of these other sorts of things that are giving tax breaks and
building onto it, everything slowly.
Right, but like, are there any specific considerations? Those are all like general benefits of crowdsourcing. Are there any specific like considerations with regard to nuclear energy that would like make crowdsourcing like a bad idea?
Well, I mean, like I said, obviously there would have to be some level of credentialism employed in looking at input from a crowdsourced opinion on like a nuclear reactor design. You'd probably like crowdsourcing in that case would probably be opening it up to the entire scientific community in general and showing.
Would that be? But you'd endorse that?
I mean, I don't see the harm in it. I mean, I figured that the designs for most nuclear reactors were already public knowledge, but
interesting.
I guess the one issue there would be, you know, that obviously that means that if we have open sourced it, then all other foreign governments have access to those designs and they can just replicate them easily. I don't know how much of a competition there is. I'm not very familiar with international competition in the energy sector. I mean, I know that in a lot of countries, nuclear power has a pretty heavy stigma attached to it. So I'm not sure how much that would have like a geopolitical impact.
Yeah, I'm curious if you're aware the United States does not want North Korea or Iran to have a nuclear reactor for even generating power.
Well, yeah, because as I understand, like the same techniques that you use to prepare fuel for a nuclear reactor, you could also use to prepare weapons grade uranium or weapons grade plutonium for a thermonuclear device, right?
It's actually the step that you use to separate the different radioactive products from your aggregate material is what generates both fuel for fission reactors and weapons grade material.
So okay, but I guess if we're talking about the reactor itself, that's a separate design from the actual purification of the fuel, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, because they're not purifying the fuel on site at a nuclear reactor. That's done somewhere else. So I guess given that, it's not like we're making public the means to create the fuel in the first place. It's just how to use it to safely produce huge amounts of energy. Like it is really a remarkable thing, what they can do. But I mean, yeah, no, I like the idea of like crowdsourcing those sorts of things. Crowdsourcing is it's a fascinating tool that we still have far from completely utilized in society. So
It's interesting because it also has theoretical applications in data science. Right? So like random forests, you like consensus algorithms more generally, or on model ensembling, sort of a similar idea.
Yeah, well, I mean, like natural selection kind of there's oftentimes sort of a consensus that ends up occurring just without any overarching mind or organization to it. It's how things work. So, not to make it a naturalistic argument. I don't mean to do that. I guess it's just interesting to me, really.
I'm wondering, Gur, if you're aware of the Plowshares' attempted sabotage of nuclear reactors across the country back in the 80s.
Who?
No, I'm not.
It's like a Luddite organization or something?
Actually, I think it was 70s, actually.
Wait,
but yeah, the very same Plowshares fund that you might hear on NPR segments, this segment brought to you by the Plowshares Fund.
That rang a bell. Yeah, I was like, Plowshares. Who is that?
That's the same group that they tried to sneak people into different, I believe it was nuclear reactors and stockpiles, and tried to basically cause massive nuclear events on American soil to, I think it was to just ban nuclear energy in general.
So they wanted to fulfill their prophecy early so that they could just get it out of the way.
Yeah, they were a religious group, right, or something.
But Plowshares is a biblical reference, swords to plowshares.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking that it was like a religious group.
At the same time.
Yeah, that's.
Is there evidence about the the attempt to instigate a nuclear
so now we got a little bit more detail.
There was actually a big write-up. I'll look it up. I think it was on either the Washington Post or the New York Times, but I'll put it in the General Voice when I find it.
Because there was a thing in 2018 where they went into a naval submarine base and just like stained the property with their blood and put up crime scene tape. It's not quite the same as trying to set off a nuclear explosion.
Yeah, more like an art project in that case than anything.
Yeah, man.
Shit.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. It says they're a pacifist organization. I'd find it really ironic if they were like the sadists and just launching nuclear devices.
I mean, it's the 70s, man.
Well, not launching nuclear devices, but just making a reactor go have a meltdown, basically, as I understand.
I mean, That could be deadly, right?
Yeah.
Very, very, yes.
So it'd still be weird for a pacifist.
I'm taking it literal. Were they actually in a submarine base? I'm actually taking that
The
literal.
2018 incident was them in a submarine base.
Oh, okay.
When
They're
also
facing
being
like up to 25 years in prison for.
When also you could have a self-professed pacifist group that has radical elements that have like a smaller conspiracy within a select few.
Yeah, like PETA, right?
Like what?
I'm just kidding.
Okay. But yeah, that's like, you know, that's radicalized to a point where
Pacifists
core
might just be
pacifism.
anti-war, right? Like, who knows what? Like, oh, we're a brand of pacifists that thinks that radical violence is okay, but you know, like how it's like a dictatorship of the proletariat, right? Like, I'm a communist, I'm against oppression, but I'll also endorse like a temporary period of great authoritarianism in order to secure the perfectly democratic system for all the rest of history.
Wow, how tanky of you.
They could
Cure
have
is painful. Yeah. Sometimes you have to just learn to love the pain of the cure. That's the logic.
The Cure is a good band.
Yeah, debatable.
Do you is the band called The Beatles or is it Beatles?
The Beatles.
It's called The Beatles. So you would say like my favorite The Beatles song.
A song of the Beatles would be.
Yeah, but most people would say my favorite Beatles song. Right?
Yeah, fair
You don't
enough.
say my favorite The Beatles.
I've never heard somebody say my favorite The Beatles song.
Well, and I guess really it's, you would say the Beatles if you're just presenting them. I guess the is just the article you need use given that it's a plural. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's, you just don't need it when you're talking about them as like a possessive, like
But
it's their
in their
song.
logo. It's in their logo though. It has to be in
It
their
is.
band name.
Yeah, I mean, my favorite song by the Beatles is generally the way I would
Yes,
put
there's
it.
a way to avoid the grammatical question that I'm asking. That is true.
I don't know that I'm avoiding it. It's
right. You're saying instead of saying my favorite
linguistic
Beatles song, you could say a different thing. That much is true. My question is whether my favorite The Beatles song is like correct versus my favorite Beatles song. So I'm not asking about a different way to say it that wouldn't present this issue.
I mean, it doesn't sound correct, does it?
Well, it doesn't to me.
Yeah, I would probably say I've never heard anybody say that. Frankly, I think that it's a pretty reasonable affordance to just say my favorite Beatles song.
I've just interrupt. I put a link to that in General Voice. The interviewers for the New Yorker are painting their actions as peaceful, but it's actually pretty good, in-depth. Yeah, give me a moment.
I do love this shit. So, fun times.
Yeah, the liberal and leftist media have always been like fascinated with eco-terrorism.
The weird thing about this article is they have a bunch of like newspaper cartoons that I guess are jokes about people mutating from radiation or something. Yeah, no,
I'm
it's
sorry,
like
what?
all this New Yorker article that he linked. It's like I'm looking at some of the pictures because I just thought I'd scroll through to see if the pictures had like relevant things about what was going on at different points in the article, but they're not. They're all jokes. They're all like jokes about nuclear fallout.
I don't see any.
I'm not seeing any of that.
I don't see nuclear fallout jokes.
Well, there's one up here. I mean, some of them are just like jokes that are kind of being
Snap out of it, Ray. It's just sex. Yeah, the New Yorker is famous for its political cartoons. That's why those are there.
Oh, those are just ads. Okay. Some of them
you're not running an
are-
ad blocker?
I mean I am running an ad blocker, but I think these just aren't being coded as ads. They're just political cartoons. I mean, if I click on one, what happens? Yeah, they're just letting me see some humor. All right.
They're famous for their cartoons.
Not the heaviest consumer of the New Yorker.
Not surprising. Just the median age for someone reading the New Yorker is probably something like 40.
Yeah, I'm not even old enough to read fucking New Yorker. I'm 36. Fuck.
Sort of like a high class magazine. Talks a lot about New York and New York's art scene.
Yeah, that is an interesting thing, is that you don't see any talk or concerns about terrorists trying to get a dirty bomb anymore. That's one of the things that they're talking about in this article. Is that like after 9/11, there was like this huge upsurge of fear that the next thing they were going to try to do was get a dirty bomb and cover some portion of the United States in a cloud of fallout.
Yeah, but people also just don't worry about terrorist attacks very much anymore, right?
Yeah, no, you got a point.
If there had been another terrorist attack in the last 10 years, then we might have resumed worrying about that.
I think we're just lucky that they're not very bright people in most cases. There's one really interesting one that I was introduced to by an engineer. We were talking about like drones and how you could have used those, and it ended up bringing up the concept that something I didn't know about, which is that they actually keep really tight regulatory control over the use of crop dusters. And the reason why is because a crop duster could be used to harbor a bioweapon that you could just carpet an entire downtown area with.
So I found
things like that are terrifying in a weird way.
In one of the related links, I found the original article I read, and I was actually incorrect. I interpreted their action as trying to set off a nuclear bomb, but it was only intended for vandalism by hammering the head of a nuclear warhead.
Oh yeah, that's fun.
Wait,
and the article is right here.
Oh, okay. So they didn't mean to set off the nuclear device. They just wanted to deface it.
Yeah, they were just deadly ignorant.
So they just didn't know that doing that could be dangerous?
Like kind of like flat Earth anti-nuclear.
Yeah, I think. Well,
aren't they like pretty stable?
Well, yeah. So a nuclear bomb, like the tip generally, I know that at least with certain ones, the idea is that it has basically like a firing mechanism similar to that of a gun, which shoots.
Yeah, but like guns tend not to drop fire, right?
Shoots a bullet that causes the bullet to grow.
Yeah, well, it's like it shoots a bullet that contains radioactive material into another collection of radioactive material that causes it to go critical in
yeah, hitting that with a hammer though can maybe dislodge that said bullet and make it go in, you know.
Yeah, well,
maybe they would need to swing for quite a while for that to happen, but still.
Well, I guess it would also have to be armed first. So if they're not, I doubt that they just store them. They don't store them armed. So you'd have to have an engineer arm the bomb before it was put in a plane and dropped somewhere, or put on a warhead. Obviously, is what we do these days.
I find it just generally disconcerting that people who are not military related or have who have no business being there have broken into a facility and were hammering on nuclear warheads. I think that's kind of the larger issue for me.
No, it's pretty deranged, but people have done weirder things.
Yeah, it also just a lot of security back
Why
in the
do
day.
you make remarks like that? People have done weirder things.
Let's see. How long ago was this for this
You're
one?
trying to like one up everything people say.
No, not really.
Well, actually,
No,
people have done weirder things than that.
I really wasn't trying to like be competitive about it. It's just true. Like what?
It's just true, man. It's just true.
Just the truth. Just the facts, man.
Okay, now this is an interesting tactic you guys are taking. Just repeat it, and it becomes dumb.
Okay, yeah, 1980.
Just a reference to an old TV show. Isn't that Dragnet? Just the facts, man.
Anyway, Ger, the reason why I brought that up was because from a security perspective, I would view the readily accessible information as to the plans on how our nuclear reactors are built would open a larger potential door for people to come in and do harm.
Oh, because of security reasons, that like they could see how it's laid out, so they could plan how to like dig a tunnel underneath whatever they're trying to do.
Well, I think it's actually simpler than that. I'm thinking in terms of they hire a welder to come in to do work on some of the steam pipes, which happens every single week of the year.
That's how I get in those places.
And now that we've open sourced the plans for nuclear reactors, that one welder is armed with the knowledge on how to cause, by looking at the plans and looking at comments online or et cetera, they now have the means and potentially the motivation to cause harm to that facility. More so than if the plans were not open sourced.
It's funny, the first thing that comes to mind for me is the movie Akira, where, anyway, I'm sure not everybody here has seen that, so I won't go into it, but yeah, now that is a very reasonable concern. I suppose it would be, well, so surely, again, I'm not a nuclear engineer, but I would assume that when it comes to the safety of the reactor, the design of the reactor core would be the most important thing, right? And like how the coolant is being distributed and all that sort of stuff, not so much how the facility is laid out, how the where the security checkpoints are, all that sort of stuff, right?
I think that's a pretty bold assumption, considering none of us know exactly how an entire nuclear reactor works. I'm not sure if the most vulnerable point is the core, or is the water circulation system, or is the general plant layout. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I would doubt that how the hallways are laid out is essential to the stability of the plant, right?
I don't know. I would assume that there's some important aspect as to which rooms go where and which controls are located in which room and which pipes go where. Yeah, I'm not sure. It'd be like me. The question you're asking is akin to me answering something like, on an aircraft carrier, is every single room essential? I have no clue.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
right.
I guess
I'm gonna be AFK for just a split second.
Or like on the space station, like which rooms are essential and which are, that sort of thing.
Is this are you guys discussing like the safety of nuclear energy?
We're discussing the implications of crowdsourcing the design of nuclear power plants in order to quality control for, sort of design weaknesses and risks and that sort of thing.
Yeah. Okay. And plowshare movement got brought up.
So yeah, it's kind of emerged into like a discussion of concerns about like anti-nuclear sabotage, and I guess I don't know if you would call it terrorism. Apparently, the Plowshares went in and they wanted to whack nukes with hammers. That was their main.
Well, they did. It's not that they wanted to. It's
They
did
did.
it.
No
Yeah, they
shit.
did it. Yeah, I read it. I read
that's
that article he
amazing.
linked, and it's just so fucking concerning that they were even able to get in there first of all, and then had hammers and were just fucking hammering at the head of it.
And there were operational documents at the same location that they were able to get their hands on.
Oh
Like,
god,
I know
like
it wasn't armed, but still, it's so fucking.
That's like the ultimate clap emoji. Like, we need to stop you making nukes, and like each one you're whacking the head of a nuclear warhead. Yeah, we need a whacking the head of a nuclear warhead emoji. That'll educate the people.
But anyway, the whole point of me bringing this up is just to provide a counter example to where, from someone's perspective, namely my perspective, too much honesty from the government might not be in the public's best interest.
But
beyond just covert quote-unquote operations.
But I do think that this also reinforces my point, which, because I do believe that, given that we're talking about a facility that's on land, so you're not concerned with so much with exactly the weight distribution or that sort of thing, is that you could maintain, like, you could avoid compromising the security of the facility that a nuclear power plant is housed in, while still being able to release the details of how the core is being cooled and how containment is organized, at least, you know, at the level of containing the nuclear core.
Have ourselves nice little blast.
Now, if someone was willing to prove otherwise, I mean, that just seems like
so far
common sense to me.
Well, I think that you're the one with the claim. You have to provide the evidence, not the other way around. Because from my perspective, I'm not sure how you, let's say in the design of a gun, you show how the bolt works, how the magazine is fed, how the rifling works on the barrel, and how everything operates.
Then we can start
But
tinkering with
for some reason, by not saying exactly how the stock works, that's going to prevent somebody from knowing how to jam a gun.
Then I'll have me a new self-portrait for.
Well, I mean, like, how would I prove this? What kind of search query would I use? I mean, it's like, do the hallways in nuclear reactor facilities have an important, like, does the organization of the hallways in nuclear reactor facilities have an important function for cooling or containing the actual reactor core? Like,
the stretch on the
it just
screens,
doesn't make
just because
sense. Like, I don't feel like anyone would even address that topic. Like, again, the security, like the security network that protects the nuclear reactor from outside interference by political actors. Like,
look at the pixels.
I just don't see how that could be intrinsic to how the reactor is going to function as an energy producing machine.
Yeah, I think that's great that you recognize that you don't understand.
Okay, yeah, you can boil it down to that.
True.
I don't mean to be flippant about it.
Well, I can tell you disagree with me about this is your point, and so it definitely motivates you not to concede this, and yeah, you can go ahead and concede
it's not me.
I can't give you a definitive authoritative answer. It's just my intuition that, like, it seems obvious to me that you could avoid releasing the exact details of how the security is laid out in a nuclear reactor and still be able to release the scientifically relevant information about how the reactor core is being stabilized, how all that is designed, and in a way that the academic community and the scientific community at large could weigh in.
Yeah, and I think that there's other risk vectors than outside political actors, like I mentioned earlier, a disgruntled employee of the facility.
But again, like this disgruntled employee, like again, this is assuming that you can compartmentalize the layout of the hallways and security checkpoints in the reactor from the scientifically relevant aspects of the design in the reactor core and in the cooling system and yeah, the generator basically.
Yeah, I think it's possible. Is that how it is now? I doubt it. And I don't think correct me if I'm wrong, anyone here, but I'm not sure if we really have the political willpower to rebuild nuclear reactors around this design concept.
Yeah.
So you think that right now nuclear reactors like that their function is contingent on the way that the security checkpoints are laid out around the facility?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is they're designed and built for maximum operational efficiency and not for security compartmentalization. The only compartmentalization I would imagine, if I had to guess, would be compartmentalizing the outside from the inside, and that's it.
I mean, given the kind of like, I don't know, geopolitically sensitive thing a nuclear reactor is, especially when they were first being designed, I would expect that security was a concern from the get-go. I'm not sure where you would think that they would just be like, well, we need to make it as efficient as possible. It's like, you wouldn't want people just getting willy-nilly into your nuclear reactor. I mean, it's because again, like, if there's sufficient, if certain safeguards are sufficiently disabled, you have a meltdown. So yeah, I'm sure security has always been a high priority in the design and construction of nuclear reactors.
My point, again, is just there's a lot of unknowns that the general public is not aware of in terms of how infrastructure operates within any country. And I'm not sure that having a completely open and honest government is in the best interest of anybody.
Let's see here.
Being a bitch.
You don't play poker by showing your cards to your opponents, right?
What?
What?
Let's see here. Robust. So I'm looking up nrc.gov. I can link to this in the general voice real quick. Talking about the security in nuclear reactors. Robust security is achieved in layers with multiple approaches that work concurrently. Let's see here. They're built to withstand hurricanes, tornadoes, and earthquakes. They're required. Licensees are required to maintain robust security measures such as well-trained and armed security officers, physical barriers, and intrusion detection and surveillance systems to defend against possible threats. And yeah, you wouldn't have to give out the details of the surveillance system in order to be able to get a weigh-in from the scientific community about the stability of a certain design for a nuclear reactor. I really think that this kind of makes my point for me, that they're modular.
I think you should really take some time to actually read that instead of just firing it off. Because if you take some time and read that, in nowhere does it say that they compartmentalize one group of individuals' access from another group of individuals' access. Once they're
and connected again. I hate this. I'm gonna probably end up having to see what the fuck's up with my streaming. It's my internet.
Yeah, the
my
reason I
sucks.
fired off so quickly is because I was immediately approached with something I hadn't considered, which is that there's an entire surveillance system that, again, the surveillance system is a separate system. It's a different module from what we'd be talking about when we're talking about maintaining the stability of the reactor core. and there would be no reason for them to reveal the details of the surveillance system, let alone, I mean, I can't guarantee that there's nothing about just the layout of the entire facility in general or the security checkpoints in the facility. Perhaps someone who understands how reactors are designed would be able to tell you based on an optimization of function where security checkpoints would likely be. But the surveillance system, the organization of like they're talking about armed security officers, like what their shifts are, how they go about patrolling the facility, all of these things would be important knowledge if you were trying to infiltrate the facility as a bad actor. And I don't think that that's something you'd have to make part of the package of information you would be giving to the public for a crowdsourcing effort to improve the design of a nuclear power plant.
Yeah, no, I'm focusing on this today much.
I mean, all I have to add is that the one I was at, if you were gonna go near the reactor, you had to have like a guard with you and shit. So I mean, like, anybody can just overpower that guy. So I mean,
well, you were a contractor, right?
Yeah. So like, I wasn't an employee of, like, I'll just say it, Southern Nuclear. So like, you know, I was a contractor. So therefore, I wasn't gonna have any kind of like clearance to even go near it unless somebody was escorting me. But I didn't work around that kind of stuff. I just put up conduit.
Yeah, my argument again is not the absolute specifics of nuclear reactors. It's one of the many examples of the complexity of systems that are in place, either on a not even just a power generating side, but within even different departments and how they operate, may not be in the best interest to be fully, not even fully, but publicly disclosed or invite people to oversee them from the general public. I mean, it's not like you, well, actually, that's a bad example, but for closed door Senate committee meetings, I'm not sure if the way the sausage gets made in those rooms in terms of how bills are made, I don't know if it serves the general public any good to see what type of negotiations happen behind those closed doors.
As somebody who's worked in pharmacological research, I would agree with you that there's definitely parts of the process that are certain people with a tendency towards drama would definitely run away screaming with certain things if they had them in the most lurid possible imagery, I guess you could say. So yeah, there's definitely a balance to be details. But I just think that there's been this. It feels like there's been a discounting of sort of what I was talking about earlier with sort of the honor system between the governor and the governed. That I mean, maybe it's always been broken down. I mean, I'm still pretty young. I don't know for sure, but regardless of, I mean, you make some good points.
Yeah, and I'll concede that it might be completely possible in that specific instance of the nuclear reactor that you could disclose the theory and operations on how current reactors are built without completely ruining the security apparatus built up around them. However, at the same time, then you give out the plans to third parties.
Mm-hmm.
And now every Tom, Dick, and Harry could build their own nuclear reactor if they were so inclined.
Yeah, but they wouldn't be able to make the fuel unless they started
Jimmy's homemade reactors.
stockpiling.
Sorry, I was throwing a meme out there. Jimmy's homemade reactors.
Yeah.
Guaranteed not to blow you up at least 4 times out of 5.
There was that kid who developed a nuclear reactor in his garage and killed himself, basically.
The Atomic Boy Scout.
Yeah, like he was stockpiling smoke detectors because they have americium in them, and which is like a super heavy element, and I guess its decay is used in smoke detectors for some sort of sensor, and yeah, if you stockpile enough of it, you can collect enough to make it go critical, start a nuclear chain reaction.
Yeah, that's actually an interesting story about the guy. Actually, he spent a lot of time over many attempts of stockpiling enough material to make a functioning reactor. And I think he actually did get a
pulled
small
out. I can
reaction
see,
going.
I see I got a lot of work over. Oh,
I think the FBI
increase the
stumbled
size of this.
upon him.
Okay, so now I see I got. That's probably not gonna be good.
I guess that's because that's kind of what we're talking about in part. I mean, there's obviously there's like the foreign interference and espionage and all that sort of stuff that comes with being open and honest about what a government does.
Put this on another layer.
But there's also just
of course
the psychological concerns
I gotta
about
deal with this shit here.
weak points within the populace,
Yes,
unstable individuals taking actions into their own hands.
Work on my chin here.
Or just people wanting to try it themselves.
So there's 2 zones there.
I can make a breeder reactor myself. Watch. And then next thing you know, a block of houses blow up.
But it started to look a little bit more fleshed out.
But in this theoretical world,
I'm more satisfied with this, with the my left eye, because that would be my left eye according to where things are. Let's see.
Yeah, I guess my argument is partly a humanist one. I think that just like how, your children become what you treat them as to some degree. I mean, obviously there's a balance there, but that I think that a society will rise up to responsibilities that you give them. And that if you're honest about things in a reasoned way where it's communicated well and compellingly and inspirationally, I mean, I think that people can rise up to that.
I wish I was that optimistic. Not gonna lie, there are some people that are, of course, bad faith actors that would go about twisting things around to make it so that the nuclear energy would be pretty much just a fucking pipe dream if they could.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a form of power to disrupt and to disrupt, discredit, despoil, all the disses.
Distract.
And if there's one thing that we love, it's the pleasure. I love the way that Piaget, who's a famous French psychologist, where the way he described the reward that you get from power is it's the pleasure of being the cause. Which there does seem to be like an inherent reward in that, which makes sense, evolutionarily, in that being in control of our causes has generally been a very advantageous thing whenever we can manage it.
Yeah.
It was a good chat, guys, but I've got to go. So, you guys have a good Sunday.
You too.
You too.
Enjoy your International Self-Portrait Day.
I guess everyone's moving to the other room.
Is there time to go, boys?
Ooh, is there more drama? Ooh.
What is the strongest?
That's exactly where I plan on going. So okay, so the point that Bali made about how you can strangulate someone or cause them to stop breathing if you apply pressure to their chest, that's one of the reasons why several of my instructors said to, when we were practicing these moves, to never put your knee anywhere near someone's back, because not only the appearance of you doing it, but the physical ramifications of you actually doing it. So I don't know, maybe
people have a fucking spinal column. You can fuck it up.
Yeah. It's weird. I don't know.
Pop out a vertebrae the wrong way, you
things
end up
called spine, when they bend the wrong way, they
paralyzed,
break.
might lose your
Wow.
best
I
injury.
played Mortal Kombat. You can rip someone's spine out in that game.
I wish. I mean,
It's
what?
an awesome finisher. Gives you 20
Finisher.
All right, Perks, it's your choice. Either a couple months in jail or full body paralyzation.
Okay, I think we completely derailed from this debate. At this point, it's
I'm
just
sorry.
Zach and
there was
Kobe
one
debating each
thing.
other.
No, listen. This was just the one thing that's within my wheelhouse where I'm like, oh, that's a red flag. No thanks, dude.
I don't know what your
the claim has now been. Oh,
Mine
left.
Ninja
Yeah, he left. That's fine.
Yeah, Jack's even
Nothing
left.
of value was
Nothing was really lost.
So I have a question though. Why do you guys think?
When
people say Trump is bad or good on this issue, it's obvious to me that it's relative to other presidents and maybe other his competitors, other candidates. If someone were to say Abraham Lincoln was good on a race issue, you would say, oh, that's not correct because you thought blacks were inferior. He didn't ban Jim Crow. Okay, maybe that's true, but when we talk about Abraham,
but that doesn't make it any less irrelevant.
The problem with you saying that.
The
problem with you saying that is I literally roadmapped the entire conversation, and at no point did I ever say I'm comparing whatever, and he seemed to be okay with it.
No, I'm not saying you're saying that.
But he might have been.
I'm saying that when people say a president was good or bad on X, the natural interpretation of that is
no. Yeah, but
natural interpretation
because I specifically came out and said that is not the interpretation I'm going with.
The natural interpretation of that is that they're better than some.
Okay, so J Moss, when people critique
candidate at the time,
when Trump makes claims that he was good for the economy and people refute that, do you think they are made the only criticism made is not a comparison between Obama's economic trajectory and Trump's? It is more so looking at the numbers and trying to I guess gauge how economists think that his policy plans have affected the economy overall. So here is exactly an example when we say Trump was not good for X because why, and we're not including a comparative analysis between differing presidents, but we're looking precisely at the number and saying these numbers are not actually, the policies that he instantiated did not actually benefit these people in the way that he said they would.
Just because you look at numbers doesn't mean you're not doing a comparison. If every previous president,
how are you comparing Obama? Where's Obama coming in?
If the economy under every previous president improved 10%, but under Trump it only improved 1%, you would say Trump was better on the economy because you're comparing it to other presidents. It makes no sense to just say, oh, I have some independent absolute standard that you're appealing to.
I think. Well,
there's no standard. We're just comparing. We're comparing
I think there's a difference here between historical comparisons, which you might think of as comparisons to the status quo. You shouldn't compare Abraham Lincoln to Barack Obama because they had different political contexts, different Overton windows, etc. So you have different standards that bear on the historical comparison. But I think when you're criticizing contemporaries, you're not necessarily when you're looking at history, there's an anachronism to apply your moral or ethical or political standards to them because those weren't necessarily in force at the time. But when you're criticizing a contemporary politician, you might mean when you say Trump is bad, you might mean Trump could have done more but didn't, and it is reasonable to expect someone in his position to have done more. right? So like, it might not have been reasonable to expect Abraham Lincoln to think that to be like egalitarian on race, because of how rare egalitarianism was in that day, how far outside the Overton window it is. But like, I think people think that Trump doesn't just compare badly to previous presidents. They think he compares badly to like the political norms that are enforced today.
Yeah, like if you're
Or,
looking
like,
at a
how we
contemporary,
expect
you can appeal to
presidents to act.
contemporary value.
Yeah, I agree with that. But how do we determine what the political norms are, if not by looking at the previous president or possible alternative president?
Talking
Like,
relative
the
to his
opponents
own.
do.
Well, I think he's talking about relative to his own norms, like a core, like on Chundle's evaluation of
Yeah, it's starting to flesh
how
out a little bit
presidents
more.
ought to have acted given the like political scenarios of the day of today. He thinks Trump fails.
It's been a minute since
you
I've
said
painted,
that.
so
Okay, you
give
said
me a
that
moment to
when you're
get
comparing
warm
Trump,
back up.
when
Get
you
my
like assessing a
groove back in.
contemporary, you're basing that off like a reasonable expectation.
Okay.
One of those is like
Now we're
not within his
back.
power and isn't politically feasible.
I'm definitely going to have to see what
Yeah, I
the
imagine
fuck
don't
I'm
buy
going to
this
have to do with that.
contemporary historical distinction.
I think the anachronism, like there isn't an anachronism constraint when you're evaluating modern politicians. So like, if I look back and I say Lincoln was a piece of shit, some people will object and say, well, that's anachronistic. You have to like compare him to his time. But that kind of objection doesn't exist in like when you're analyzing contemporaries, because it's not anachronistic. You're applying your own moral standard in like your own context.
Okay, I got it.
Well, yeah, that makes sense if you're talking about, if you're trying to assess their moral character. Then yeah, I think there's like you have to make that like historical contemporary distinction. But if we're making a claim just about were their policies good, then I don't think there is that distinction. I think you just it's always like the same. You're always assessing their policies using the same standard, which is basically the same.
I think people think that Trump it was politically feasible. I think people are saying, like, when they say Trump is bad, they're saying it's politically feasible that he could have done better, and the reason why he didn't do better is that he has like bad views or bad policy.
We have like a standard of goodness for our politicians, and he doesn't meet it, right?
Remember that time
his aims are bad.
Remember that time he told New York officers that they should throw them around in the van more often and not be too gentle?
Like, okay, Jay Musk, you also say we can compare, like, we can analyze a president's like outcome on a policy based on what their intended purpose of the policy, like instantiated, right? So like if like Trump says like I'm putting these tax cuts to benefit like the creation of jobs and the investment into the economy from like businesses and things of this nature, and the policy doesn't actually like produce that outcome in the future, and you critique him on that issue specifically, how is that like a comparative analysis to another president and not a legitimate critique?
Because presumably you think his intentions are
the whole
blameworthy because they're like far
starting
worse.
to look a lot better.
If every other president was like a super
because he
racist,
made
they
the
believe
claim.
blacks were inferior, I would say Trump is like was good on his intentions.
No, it's about what they say they are going to do, and if they actually produce that outcome, and if not, then
you might say he's a better president, but you wouldn't necessarily be endorsing his views, right? Like you could still say Trump's a piece of shit. Okay, so like you could say, look, Trump's electorate isn't racist, but for whatever reason, so like if the facts of history were that almost all presidents are horrible racists, but it's still politically feasible to be egalitarian, I think it's totally fair to criticize Trump for not being egalitarian. Now, it might be true that like if he was just way less, he was still racist. He wasn't an egalitarian, but he was way less racist than other presidents.
Like
then
Obama.
he might be a good president, but you wouldn't say that he is good. Like you wouldn't be complimenting him, right? Like I don't think that we're constrained to evaluating Trump qua like president based on historical president precedent, right? Like we can actually just criticize his political aims. We can just criticize his political conduct. And I don't think we necessarily have to do that comparatively.
I'm not opposed to like
You can
I'm not
say
opposed
he
to
could have done
criticizing
better.
him. No, that's fine. I don't disagree with any of that. I'm not disagreeing with criticizing him or saying he could have done better. But when we're making a claim like, was he a good president or bad president? Was he good on issue X or problem Y? Then that is what I think I'm saying is comparative. It should be comparative.
Well,
and it seems like you agree with
I don't think
me
that.
because
I
you
don't
said,
think that's
But
true.
it's not always comparative. But it's not always comparative is a thing.
I don't think
Well,
that's
wait,
true.
didn't you disagree? Didn't you disagree that if Trump was less racist than all previous presidents, and you would say he was a good president?
I would say he's a good president, but I wouldn't say he's good on race. I'd say he's better than other presidents on race, and like thank God we have him rather than the typical racist we might have elected. But I'd still say he's bad on race, right? He's just less bad than other people. So like when I speak of a president's position on an issue and evaluating a president's policy on an issue, I'm evaluating it according to like my political norms or the political norms that I think are like reasonable given the kind of information that I have.
It seems weird to say you wouldn't say he was good on race, but you would use his positions on race to say he was a good president.
Yes.
That's the fact that he's not good on something.
In this, no, because you can be a good president without being good on race, right? Like
no,
being a good the historical facts. Okay, well, if what I mean when I say president is like what I think, like I guess in that case I would probably say none of the presidents were good presidents. I would say one of two things. I would either say a good president has to like has to be egalitarian due to like rational constraints or something. And so I would say all of the presidents we've had have been bad presidents in that sense. Like relative to like what I think are rational standards, they were all bad. They all failed to meet those standards. Or I would be doing like a comparison, like given how historically presidents have performed, how do you perform relative to that historical standard rather than the like rational or philosophical standard? Then I might say Trump is good or bad relative to that standard. But I think it's perfectly fine to say that Trump's a bad president according to this like the rational expectations we have of a president, and not like I don't just expect
I'm liking
a
how
good
this is starting
president
to
to be
flesh out.
better than previous presidents.
It's been a while since I've
I
worked with
expect
color,
them
especially
to, like,
flesh tones.
execute the duties of their office excellently. In terms of
like a bicycle,
their capacities,
just got
to
roll on it a little bit.
Better than
I'll probably look back and say, "There's something wrong with this."
Yeah, so I mean, we don't agree on whether we have to appeal to like historical standards and criticism. I'm just talking about how we use the word good. And so it seems like you have like, so on your two senses of when you say a president is good or bad, on the one sense, you're saying all president, on like the philosophical rational sense, you're saying all presidents are bad on that sense. But on like this comparative conceptualization, you could say a president is good even if they're like bad in a philosophical sense. Right. I just don't see why you can't also apply that comparative understanding of good to a particular issues.
You absolutely could, but I just think in general, like on this server, when people say that something's like good or bad, I don't think they're doing this like historical comparison of the particular office that the person has. Like I don't really, when they say that something's bad,
we got connection again. We got connection.
I think they're making like a philosophical judgment about whether people's positions are sufficiently justified.
Yeah, I don't think that's true at all. I haven't been on this server long enough, but like if you talk to leftists or Democrats, or if you just listen to them, there's way more complaints about Trump on his like positions on race than there were for like Obama. So that can't be because of like unless their philosophical views have changed. That has to be because they think Trump is like worse or relative to like Obama.
Well, no, they can just think that Obama's positions were like better justified, right? That like based on the duties and expectations you have for any president, Obama performed better with respect to those than Trump did.
Yeah, comparative analysis. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not being compared. That like you are making an objective judgment about each of them individually and then comparing them, right? Like, it's possible that you could say Trump is bad and Obama is bad and every other president is bad. Right?
Yeah.
Relative to
I'm
the
saying
standard of like all presidents are bad on race, right? Some are just worse than others. That kind of view seems like that you wouldn't have to be confused about the term good to make sense of that statement.
Well, I don't see what. So what? Okay. So what I'm saying is that when people say Trump is bad on when most people complain about Trump being bad on like issue X, let's say race, for example, I'm saying maybe they don't actually mean when they like assert the statement, they're not like they don't. The meaning of the statement isn't that Trump is worse, but that like sentiment is the underlying sentiment behind that statement is an underlying assumption that Trump was worse than say Obama or how Hillary would have done or how Biden would have done or Bernie or whatever. Otherwise, I don't see the explanation for why there's way more complaints about Trump than those other candidates.
Because he's more racist, right? Like if you have an objective standard and you just think according to this standard Obama was less racist, then your complaints about an Obama wouldn't have been that he was racist. Your complaint about Obama, like a leftist criticizing Obama might say things like, "Oh, he's a capitalist. He's a neoliberal shill. He was like aesthetically pleasing. That actually was bad because it like confused people into supporting wars now, right?" They might have all those kinds of complaints, and then of Trump, their complaints might be more that like he's like a racist, he's a fascist, etc. And none of these are like you don't have to think that Obama was a fascist to disapprove of Trump's fascism. You don't have to think that Obama was a racist to disapprove of Trump's racism. But even if they were both fascist and they were both racist, if Trump was more racist, you would expect to hear more complaints. Now, your question might be, if you thought Obama was racist, why didn't more people complain about that? But I think the explanation is that people just didn't think he was racist. I'm not sure what's the inconsistency here.
No, there's no inconsistency. I'm saying that so people earlier.
So far,
Jax mentioned earlier that Trump wasn't or was like better than Obama on like particular issues
overall.
And people were like, "Why are you bringing this up?" No one mentioned Obama or anything. But it seems like you just admitted that people have like an underlying belief that, or like the reason for why people complain more about Trump on race issues is because of an underlying belief that he's more racist.
The problem
and
with
so,
Jax,
if that's true, and you can defeat that view,
no, not that he is like, more racist.
Well, regardless, if that's true and you can defeat that, then
yeah, but you don't necessarily. You might think that people
behind those claims.
But you might think that. So right, if he was correct that Trump is better on race issues than Obama, and if people had the belief that Obama wasn't bad on race issues, then they'd have reason to think Trump isn't bad on race issues. That much is true, but I don't think anyone was committed to the view in that discussion that Obama was good on race issues.
The problem with Jax, trying to frame it this way, was he specifically asked me how I felt about Trump's race relation shit, and it's funny because he repeated the arguments I actually gave him earlier. I don't know if he forgot that I said them or if he thought that he came up with them, but he basically said like the black college stuff, like the prison reform, like the black unemployment, like the tax cuts, like whatever, and I said like. My claim was what I was going to build my argument on was that stuff like might look good, but it's like pretty easy. And then when it comes to the hard stuff, like race riots breaking out in the country, or like his consistently like weird shit that he says about people, it seems like he doesn't like. It seems like he just does nothing for any of those. Like at no point did I ever say anything about like Obama or comparing him to Obama. Like none of my analysis was going to be like anything other than like examining a contemporary politician through contemporary values.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about your particular position. Yeah, you can have like a your own personal, individual, like philosophical view of how you determine whether or not a president is bad on race issues, but in practice, like politically, the majority of people, their assessments, I believe, their like beliefs about how good a president is on race issues, is determined by their beliefs on how much better or worse they are to like their contemporaries. So in practice, that if we're having like a debate just about like what the public perception of Trump ought to be on race issues, or like how we should guide public perceptions of Trump on race, then it should be based
I
on
think I'm
comparisons.
close to finish here.
But I mean, if you personally are willing to say like
overall,
Obama was shit,
looks
and Trump
pretty
is shit too,
strong.
then sure. I just don't think that's what's typically happening in these debates.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the force of the Obama comparison is very little because people can just say they also disagree. If that's true, then they just also ought to disagree. They just ought to have like decrease their estimation of Obama. And I don't know that that's like a high cost to pay, except for like basically irrational reasons because Obama's black.
No, I mean I think that would be high cost because the people who say Trump is bad on race, they don't believe he was better than Obama. Maybe a few weird
they don't
individuals
believe
that.
Okay,
but
sure.
99% of people don't believe it.
I mean, that's because they're bad faith actors, or at least the ones in here. Obama or Trump? I'm sorry.
Wait, what's the bad faith position?
What? I don't know.
Zinian?
That Trump is not like that. Trump has done like good in race relations.
Oh, gotcha.
People in this Discord, at least, if they say Donald Trump is doing great on race relations, I don't think they're arguing in good faith.
Like my main
I also don't
contention
think that
is like
there's
that
literally. I also don't think there's literally any evidence you could give them that would change their mind. You could have like a secret, like FBI recording of them like just dropping the N word, and they still would not believe you.
my main contention is that you're like saying that any criticism on race relations inherently rests on this comparison to contemporaries, which I think to include a comparison to contemporaries in an analysis on race issues or how you panned out in accordance to that is fine, but I don't think merely mentioning a comparison or bringing up past presidential actions against race or how their public perception was like how they were perceived by the public. I don't think that means that the entire analysis rests on a comparison between those individuals. Like that is like the founding that is like the founding claim or like the hard claim or like the bedrock of the argument. I don't just to mention a contemporary analysis doesn't mean that's the bedrock of why you think someone is bad on race issues. That's like kind of what you were claiming. Like almost any of these analyses that include.
But earlier you said something like, just to be clear, I'm not saying that it's not appropriate to criticize Trump on like race issues if it turned out he was better than like his contemporaries. I'm just saying like when we try to just give an overall assessment and say whether or not he was good or bad, right now, then I think that should be based on comparison to his contemporaries, whether it's Obama or whether it's Bernie or whatever.
I think I'll be enough.
I don't think he's better than every other possible candidate.
OBS here, real
but he's
quick.
Still worthy of criticism on your view. I don't think it makes sense to say he's bad.
I think it totally does because I think the relative.
So
I think the evaluation is one of both
this one here.
ends, which is like, do you endorse the ends that they have?
All right, so we're done with that.
Or do you think they're blameworthy for having the ends that they have? And
let me go ahead and
did they take like reasonable means to accomplish
see if we can
those ends?
change some shit.
So I think the reason why it's bad to say like Abraham Lincoln was bad on race is that I don't know that I don't think he's blameworthy for having the view that he did. If because I think like egalitarianism was not inside the Overton window. I think it was like very difficult to acquire that belief. Whereas like it should have like Trump should have egalitarian aims. That is like within his Overton window. So I think on that account you can think that he has bad aims, and you can think it would have been politically feasible to push through egalitarian stuff. So like if he had reasonable aims, he could have accomplished them, but he didn't. Right? So you say so it's like a two-prong: bad ends, and even if he did have good ends, you're mistaken about whether he's an egalitarian. He was like incompetent at pushing through, like when he was dealing with issues on which egalitarianism was relevant, he like failed to accomplish his ends, his like reasonable ends. And I think all of that is fine. None of that requires that like that Obama had similar ends, or that he executed them better, like, or worse than Obama did. I think the question is just, was it feasible for him to get through good policy if he had the right aims, and is he blameworthy for having the aims that he had? Like, when I talk about whether a politician is good, those are like the standards that I use.
Yeah, so you mentioned like that you wouldn't say Lincoln would be blameworthy for lacking in
so
a certain end. If it wasn't in like his Overton window, I don't know if I agree with that Overton window analysis. But even if I did, I would say one way to like get an estimate of the Overton window of the time is by looking at the contemporaries.
That's true, but we don't have to do that. Like, we don't have to do that with Trump, right? Because like there's more than just other U.S. presidents to inform us about like what political views are alive today, like which positions are considered alive.
Yeah, I said you could look at other U.S. presidents. You could look at his opponents, like Bernie or Biden or Clinton.
Look at senators, right?
Other politicians.
You could look at professors, right? Like the question is whether he has the right sort of epistemic access to the kinds of ends, right? To the kind of like valuations that he's making, or the valuations you think ought to be made, right? Like, I mean, it would make no sense to say he's bad if it would have been nearly impossible for him to be good.
Yeah, but so if it's professors and like public intellectuals who have these egalitarian views, but no other U.S. president had them, none of the like top 10 frontrunners for presidency had them, then I would say it's not in the Overton window in like the relevant sense, like in the sense that it's like a politically feasible view or like standard to push.
Yeah, so like if there were a secret cabal of people who were like ensuring that only like evil presidents would get elected, I don't think we'd be like paralyzed in our ability to evaluate the presidents, right? Because like we, the populace, might have independent reasons other than like the selection pressures on presidents to like be committed to certain norms, and to have like, and whether or not the people who were being selected had the right sort of epistemic access, right? Like if there were a power selection mechanism that only selected neo-Nazis, I wouldn't like change my view, but like everything else stayed the same. So like the same sort of teachings were available in public school, the same sort of like public sentiment existed, and that sort of stuff. Then but like I don't know, people were really good at like deceiving the electoral college, or were really good at fudging elections or something. Then I don't think we'd have to change our evaluation scheme of the presidents, just because all the other presidents were also Nazis.
Boy, you agreed
Like,
that you wouldn't blame a president for failing to implement a policy that isn't politically feasible, right?
Sure. Right. So like,
yeah. So on your
if
example,
we knew crystal ball that in fact Trump wasn't a Nazi, so he like somehow survived the selection pressure, but he wasn't able to push anything through because all the other politicians were also Nazis, then yeah, I wouldn't say that he was bad on race. But none of that is the case, right?
no, it definitely is not the case. But I'm saying a test for the political feasibility of a policy is looking at the policies of Trump's contemporaries. If none of Trump's contemporaries have like this egalitarianism, that's reason to believe it's not politically
right. So we got
some reason, right? But we also know
self-portrait done for this
that,
week.
like,
Yay.
who the senators are, right? We also know like how people respond to
I'm
like
hoping
messaging. Which other like
I'll
we can
see
know
what
about
my old man's wanting for
we can
supper
know
today.
facts about the electorate, and we can know facts about the Senate,
all taken care
which and the House of Representatives, which bear on like the political feasibility of something, right? But that doesn't like that will guide our empirical judgments about which sorts of things are possible in 2020, like what sorts of consensus consensuses are capable of being produced in
color shift and make it nice
Congress. Sure, we will have all kinds of empirical beliefs about those, but those are merely descriptive, right? The evaluative component involves like our standards for Trump's actions. And yes, those are informed by empirical judgments about what's possible, but I don't think they're like, I don't think you have to take a particular view on Obama in order to think that Trump's bad. I think those are like relatively, I mean, it's probably true just because like the political narrative about Obama was that he was incredible on race and like he was the first black president, right? There was like lots of narratives supporting this. And it might empirically be true that like most people who have beliefs about Trump's Trump's effect on race relations and Obama's effect on race relations, if it were proved that Trump were better than Obama and that they weren't wrong about Obama, that they would change their views on Trump. That is probably true. But I don't think that's like the content of the person's judgment.
Yeah, no, I don't want to say it's the content of the judgment, but it's like it's an additional belief.
Sure.
Yeah, like if they abandon that additional belief, then they would probably abandon the judgment that Trump was bad. For most people, or at least they wouldn't be as they wouldn't abandon the belief that he's bad, but they would be like less adamant that he's bad. They wouldn't say he's bad like as often as they do. And I think people in here would agree, maybe not, but I think most people who think Trump is bad on race issues think that the criticism he gets, the like amount of criticism he gets on race issues is either appropriate or that like there should be more criticism. And so if the high frequency of criticism of Trump on race issue is like in some way dependent on, for the most people, is dependent on their judgment that he's worse than Obama, then if you want to like maintain the like frequency of our criticism of Trump, then you should like you should like want to defend the fact that he's worse than Obama.
Yeah, I guess that to me rests on one of two assumptions. One, that their view of Obama's status on race, or their normative judgments about Obama's positions on race or his actions based on his actions relating to race relations. Either that view is fixed, or the view of Trump's actions are fixed. So I think that will affect like which equilibrium they reach. because they might find Trump just as objectionable, but in order to give up the belief that he's better than Obama, they'd like change their attitude about Obama, and they'd think that that Obama was even worse, right?
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah.
Yeah, but they still might complain more about Trump, right?
Yeah, because he's president now.
Trump's the actual president.
Yeah, but I don't think most people would make that would respond in that way. Like, oh, I guess Obama was worse than Trump. Maybe, I don't know.
But yeah, I mean, if like what you did was you showed that Obama did a bunch of stuff that was really hurtful to the black communities, it was like really damaging to race relations, I think they would change their view, right? Like, I think the comparative view is based on the fixed judgments and not the other way around.
I mean, assuming they're already like aware of, mostly aware of like Obama did. Well, I guess if that were the case, they wouldn't have this view. But like, take the what was the immigration border thing? They had like an image of some kids in a cage, and they said Trump did this, but it was actually Obama. It was an image from like Obama's term. I don't know what it was, but they there was like this image of like these kids, like these migrants in cages, and people were like super outraged over it. But it was actually an image under Obama, and I would imagine that if people became aware of that fact, they wouldn't say, "Oh, I guess I hate Obama as much as I hate Trump now." They'll probably moderate their they either moderate their views about Trump, or they would like find some rationalization for hating Trump more. I don't think they would like start judging Obama.
Yeah, I don't know. That's what I'd do, right? Like if I disapproved of a thing and someone said, "Oh, actually, this other guy did it," then my general reaction would be, "Oh, well, if that guy did the bad thing, then it was bad that they did it." I don't know that my overall assessment of their character would then like that the comparison would then flip, right? Like if it turned out that I don't know, the Pope poked someone in the eye, right, versus like I don't know, like a rapist poked someone in the eye, I might like, oh well, actually, my view of the Pope has lessened, but I might still think he's better than this other person.
I mean, yeah, you might have that view. I think if your view is probably like are more principled than the average person, so you would just appeal to whatever your principles you hold. For most people, if they were to like reflect, they probably would realize that, oh, I hold this hatred not necessarily because of a principle, but because maybe like media or like just like peer pressure or something like that. Which is how I think most people like form their like moral judgments of these things.
Didn't Trump like retweet something about white power or something?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. When I see stuff like that, that tells me a pretty good idea of his character. And then when his supporters write that off as a joke or something like that, then immediately.
I mean, it was a joke in that case.
I mean, that's
where
it's really hard to tell, man. Like each time
it's not. If you watch the clip that he linked, these people were like they were like doing some like Republican or conservative parade or something like that. And someone was like, "You're a fucking fascist, you're a fucking racist." And the guy was like, "Oh yeah, white power."
All right, so we got some
that's
fun times.
When I watched it, it didn't seem like that. And this is, I think, maybe the divide that's kind of going on between like one side versus the other, where it's like, I can't really tell when he's saying
All right,
something
so we
seriously.
got done with that.
Like when he retweets something or when he says something and someone says, "Oh, that's a joke or not." Like, I don't know why this divide has been expanding more and more, where I'm supposed to take some of this as a joke, or like I'm not. Like I don't know. From my point of view, as the president, you should try to be as serious as you can.
So that should be a nice little self-portrait. Let me see if I can pull up the image for everyone.
The
here.
failure to interpret like what you're saying means a lot as a leader. Because if a lot of people can't interpret what you're saying as a leader, that shows a lot of problems as a leader. Like as a leader, you should be able to communicate what you're trying to tell the people without misinforming them in a way that might correspond to it being, no, what I said was a joke or not.
Does anyone have a link to the tweet?
Sitting
or is this it by Ammo? Like, do you have a link to the tweet?
Let me go ahead and see if I can pop the image up here.
I can pull it up. Give me a minute.
Yeah, I would say even for that particular issue, my assessment of Trump making that tweet
Give me a second to fix this up here real quick.
Probably his contemporaries. Like, if all of his contemporaries were saying whites are superior, destroy all non-whites. But then Trump's tweet was, whites are better in a few areas, but we should learn to coexist with everyone else.
You get this.
Like, you could like on an absolute scale, you could say his tweet was like problematic, but
if you can't tell, it's
like good because it's better than all the other shit.
Okay, I want this.
I don't know.
Give me this. And yes, I know it's giving me. It's doing the weird. Come on. Am I losing? I think I lost connection again.
I found the video. Where do I post it?
General
Come
voice.
on.
General voice.
It's the only place you ever post anything.
I'm not so good on Discord.
Every other channel is.
All other channels are cringe.
There's also like completely different people that go into those other channels. Like I see people posting that I've never seen before.
Yeah.
So this is General Dash Voice.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. We got desktop again. Yes, it's vertical. I don't care. Yeah, there we go. There's the portrait. It's fully done, or as done as I'm going to do for this year.
I thought Trump was one who said white power.
So yeah,
No, this is a
it's still a bit sketchy, but.
But then comes the implications
overall,
of what does it mean to read
the whole of it. So.
And so a lot of people started to talk about this as if like is he trying to? This is kind of like with memes, you know how like people will try and convey some emotional response with
Okay, enough of that.
A meme or something. So in a sense, this is kind of like another way of.
I'm wanting to do some raid.
From one person's point of view, that could be that he's trying to
raid
push
content
this
going
perspective.
On here.
From another perspective, like what you're saying, that this guy is responding to the guy that's calling him racist by saying white power.
Chatter with some of our friends here.
From my perspective, if I was in this guy's shoes, I would not want to shout white power because that would be probably one of the dumbest things I could say in a situation where someone's calling me a racist.
Wait, so never mind, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So like, is a claim that the guy in this, what do you call these, like golf carts? I don't know. The guy driving a golf cart is being sarcastic, or Trump was being sarcastic?
That the guy shouting white power was being sarcastic because of the guy accusing him of being a racist for supporting Trump. A lot of people took this to mean that Trump was pushing for the message of white power, just like in some other situations where he's, told Proud Boys to stand back and stand by. So, in that sense,
let's see if we can find some.
That's why it's very
fire teams going on
difficult
here.
for me to say
Come on,
confidently
Drexler.
that Trump would be, not a racist. Because when I see him like trying to push for all this kind of stuff, I'm just like, well, obviously if you were not a racist, you wouldn't be trying to retweet shit like this.
There's an MSNBC edit compilation that they just released every time Donald Trump has said racist bullshit. It's rather there's so much that you even forgot like half of it.
Oh, as in I'm missing a lot?
No. Well, not that you're missing a lot. It's just that there's so many that like it's actually sort of laughable.
Yeah.
It's like certainly possible this guy in a caddy was being like, he was like just fucking with the guy, but it's definitely not obvious.
Yeah.
Although I don't. It just seems weird. Like if he was serious, why would he just say that? It's like not a good look. So.
Yeah, it's never a good look, and so fucking stupid.
So we do have some potential.
I hate how like
Drexless.
nowadays.
I might go ahead and pop on.
There are even some people like I was
do.
reading to some like Reddit comments, for example. Some people they were talking to were saying that they don't believe that like Trump's Twitter is actually his Twitter, and then that's just like something he does as a joke. And I'm just like, well, how do you talk to these people when when they think that like, oh, he's joking or he's not joking?
You don't. They're not talking to you in good faith. So two things. First of all, I posted that montage in General Voice. Anytime fucking Khaki Rock or the Jack's fucking smooth brain dumbasses try to argue that Trump like is better on like racial issues, just have them watch this with you in real time. And shit, I was gonna say something else, but I forgot. I'm so angry. Oh right. There's a John Paul Sartre quote about the impossibility of arguing or debating with anti-Semites. Although in this day and age, you can swap in like anti-Semite with like an authoritarian or somebody who like approves of Trump's like rhetoric or Trump's racist attitudes. And unfortunately, he says it's impossible. Although I don't know if I completely agree with Sartre in that.
Well,
I don't know if like the punching a Nazi meme, like where I stand on that, and like the paradox of tolerance. But
well, yeah. I would say that the whole thing is it's especially with debating authoritarians. It's not necessarily that you're not trying to ultimately change their minds because most likely their minds are going to be set in stone. Ideally, it would be best if you could, but you're mostly trying to get the audience around you. If you have an audience that's on the fence one way or the other, to go and point out how fucking stupid authoritarian nonsense is with these people, it'll keep those ranks small.
Yeah, I posted the JP Sartre quote in here. And anytime you're ever arguing with anyone on the internet about Donald Trump or like racism or shit, keep this quote in mind because it'll make life absolutely laughable. Like barely, you can barely handle it.
I'm like I understand completely like what you're talking about, but like I have friends who have parents and they're like, for example, their parents are Trump supporters while they are like liberal left or something like that, like leaning left, and they don't know how to talk to their parents because their parents are so ingrained in this like attitude.
It would take literal years of deprogramming and then like college level education in order to pull people out of this hole. There's a documentary called "The Brainwashing of My Father," which is about some woman who like documented her dad's descent into Fox News until the point where he's like literally like these dudes on Borat who said the Democrats are more dangerous than COVID.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at that trailer right now.
Yeah, it's a pretty good film. I'd say it's an okay film. You know, like I don't want to derail, but people were talking about Borat in here earlier. The most frustrating thing about the sequel to me was that those those dudes, the like redneck dudes, they like demonstrate the like vicious duality of America, where like they literally let him stay at their house during the lockdown when he had nowhere to go, but at the same time they'll like casually talk about how Democrats are like more dangerous than COVID. It's like mind blowing the level of like bad information that they have about the world, while also like their kindliness to like give somebody a roof over their head.
Yeah,
I think one issue with Borat, from what I've heard from other people, is that I didn't know this before, but a lot of the times he'll like do tricks with cuts sometimes, and so he'll do something and then he'll show like the audience or other people reacting, but it's not actually a like clip of them watching Borat. It's like a clip of them like sometime later.
Oh yeah, like
deceptive. Like the lighting is different.
Deceptive editing and stuff. Yeah, I'm sure.
Or he'll tell them like, "Oh, this won't be released in America" or something. Like he does like a lot of deceptive tactics to get reaction.
I haven't watched the new Borat, but I did rewatch the old one in anticipation for the film, and I was surprised by how easily Sacha Cohen Baron could just like he could say the fewest amount of words to show like the worst personality traits of an individual, and it just worked like flawlessly like every time. Like I think one of my favorite moments in the movie when was he was at this like rodeo show and he had to do the national anthem. He was saying to everyone with the mic, "We support your war on terror," and then everyone clapped. And then he just kept going forward with more and more iterations of, we want to kill all the terrorists," and everyone clapped. Yeah, we want to kill all the men, women, and children, and then everyone clapped. And then as he kept going with it, like, we want to destroy the entire nation until there's not even a lizard that's crawling on the surface of the country. That's when people started to not really clap. And then it's like, wow, it took like 3 or 4 iterations of repeating the same message that they've been programmed with so that they can gain some slight self-awareness about the idea of what's going on in their country.
I mean, that could be, you know, that could be another case where it's like edited reactions.
I would guess that there's more editing in the new one than the old one.
Yeah, from the podcast I listened to, they said that the part where he was like on stage, I forget what he was singing, but he was something about something anti-Semitic. But apparently, people in the audience were actually like really like upset with what he was saying and like offended. But
Is that the "Inject Him with the Wuhan Flu" kind of like song?
I have no idea. I forgot.
It's a real catchy tune.
He was like went on stage and I think there was like a band or something in the back.
Speaking of khaki.
Yeah. But he was like selecting clips to show, and it made it seem like people were endorsing it, but the vast majority of people didn't. He got like sued by a few people in the first go round. I don't know about the second.
Probably. Yeah. The scene in the hotel where he calls the dude Vanilla Face, that is never not funny to me. That whole little clip. It never gets old. Like, it doesn't ever get old.
He played that so well.
Oh, he's like super sad again.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty fun. What did he say when he was talking to the black people? He called him like chocolate or something.
Oh, he said, "You look like Michael Jackson, beat it," and they all started laughing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah, I think if you are willing to, I think he's free to use like any racial slur, as long as he's willing to do it in front of like a group of robust young black males and face whatever consequences he gets for saying it.
I mean, I think I remember that scene. They like he asked them like how does he, talk like they do, or how does he dress like they do, and then he ends up like shifting his pants a little bit below the line where you would have your underwear up to, and then like some other things. I don't remember exactly what he did with his clothing, but then after that scene, he goes to like a hotel, talking and like trying to dress similar to the way they were, and immediately being turned away, saying they're gonna call the cops on you to escort you out of the premises.
That's the what's up with it vanilla face scene. It is the funniest scene I think in the whole movie.
And then afterwards, he's trying to explain it to them, like, no, it's just two pimps, no hoes, and they're like, no, you gotta leave.
We just like
two pimps, no hoes.
Two pimps, no hoes.
Skit, bang.
Yeah, he's like, we just parked our slab outside. It's so good.
Literally, no black person just randomly says "bang bang skeet skeet."
Well, it depends on like what era, because like it was pretty common in the early 2000s, late 90s or mid 90s.
No one was saying that randomly, dude.
I think it depends on.
No one would have it in a conversation say "bang bang, skeet skeet."
I would say that. I mean, I would say that.
Dude, Lactoid, you're the whitest person in the fucking world. Dude.
I would say it. I would say it though.
You're the most white person I've ever known.
Hey! I'm
bang
not
bang
saying
skeet skeet.
Grew up in like South Central in the 90s.
I'm not saying I'm not white. I'm just saying I would say it. So your initial claim is incorrect.
Can I join you in playing Minecraft?
Your initial claim is incorrect. I would say skeet skeet, bang bang.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, is redacted back? What the fuck?
Server.
Yeah, what's up, bitch?
Yeah, you're not an idiot anymore. You chose to be smart.
Back to the.
You can look my
Charlotte
ass,
like actually
gone.
permaban,
Yes,
or was it
permaban unless
No.
Temporary permaban.
Last time I talked to her, she's not permaban.
No, she is permabanned.
Yes, perma.
Oh man. Wait, is this recent? Like within the last couple of days?
Yes.
Wait, she came back after 30 days and then got instantly permabanned?
No, let me explain to you. She said that like a KYS meme, not meme, literally to some, not, like in a different, like not literally KYS, but in some other form. And then she.
I think it was something.
Something with
how can let me deliver some? What was it?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't
some
matter
uranium
what
bullets
she said.
to you.
It doesn't matter what she. It doesn't matter what she said. She's permanently banned. The only way she will get unbanned is the referral form, whatever. That's the only way. She's gone.
So you're saying that within the last couple of days, her 30-day ban got was up. She came back in here and immediately told somebody to off themselves, and then got permabanned.
She was banned. Well, it was like a couple. It was like 1 week ago now.
Yeah, I don't know what 30-day ban you're referencing because I don't know what that is.
Well, because I talked with her.
I found the message.
Like a little while ago, like 5 days, and I'm pretty sure as I understood it, like 5 days ago, it was only a 30-day ban.
She got banned like Wednesday or Thursday.
Here's the message link with the ban reason.
Yeah, she said she dropped depleted uranium on her redacted spam.
Yeah, okay, so if it was 20th and not 29th, that means like probably like 2 days after I spoke with her, she got permabanned.
It was the 26th.
Oh, so then the day after.
Well, she reported me for no reason because no one laughed at that, and then she got banned because everyone essentially told the mods what she said. And then I got unbanned because
wait,
it was
hold
a
on.
mistake.
Does anybody have a picture of the ban reason? Because I want to know what she said.
I just linked to it.
Dude, we just told you.
Yeah, J-Moss just linked it.
In
Jim voice.
But honestly, though, Amelie, is she in here?
Uh-oh.
Dude, she's we gotta do something about her. I don't know.
Wait, that's a funny thing.
She has too much
Hold
power,
on.
dude.
Wait, where do you live so I can drop depleted uranium on you? That's a ban? Wait, hold on. That's a ban? Where do you live so I can drop depleted uranium on you? Like, that's a ban? Really?
Where's
Yep.
your
Yeah.
okay?
Threatening
Here's
violence.
the exactly. Okay.
I'm gonna nuke
Where's
you.
your
Is what
family
that
at? So I
means.
can deplete your depleted uranium on your family.
Yeah, so I can nuke your family.
That's. I think that's implying depleted uranium shells, which would be implying.
Well, it's a weird way to say like, to
It
threaten.
probably would
It's kind
normally
of like
be like
But like it's been done
racially
before, right?
motivated.
Hold on.
There's precedent.
That's a credible threat.
it might normally
I
be
don't
like a
think the
warning or a
credibility
kick,
is
but
any.
because of the
It's not about the
there's
credibility.
there's
It's
8
about
previous bans, 7 previous kicks, 6 previous
yeah.
warnings. So
It's a trend, right? So.
I mean, I'm not saying the rap sheet isn't long, because I mean, looking at it, it's pretty fucking long, sure. But I mean, it's just kind of dumb that that's the one that did it.
I think that she'll probably appeal it in a couple
I'm
months,
happy
maybe.
that she's gone, to be honest.
Permabanned. Perma.
Damn.
Charlotte was one of the few people who I've never seen have like a respectful debate with anyone else. Either you agree with what she says, or
It wasn't even a debate. Like, she just came in and said it.
She's always aggressive of everything she does, and she's so fucking
No,
annoying.
she
So
was
good
like,
riddance.
I don't think you're Arabian. Where's
Yeah.
your family? It's like drop.
Yeah,
It was
exactly.
fucking stupid.
Also links about every single topic on hand, ready to go.
True,
She was
Ambrosia,
like,
true.
if you're white or Arab, you're not human.
Are you guys okay?
But seriously though, what are we gonna do about Emily?
Wait, what's wrong with Emily?
She pulled the trigger real quick.
Her trigger finger is insane.
I mean,
She won't even
she's
come into a
objective, right?
room.
Like,
She
she
won't even
banned me
come
by
into a room
accident, but like,
before.
we cleared things up.
Yeah, but she's
Yeah.
done it
She's doing her
before. She'll
job.
ban people when she's not even like in the room. Like she'll just trust the word of whoever reported them, and then or like if someone even just not in any like aggressive way or anything, just sort of questions why like they were muted or why this action was taken. Like she just permaban someone for that. Like she didn't come in the room to find out. Like it just I don't know.
Yeah, like
I don't think the first part of that is
and you
really
respond.
an issue, right? I think like regs should ban people if like a couple of credible people just
Well,
saying
there's only
that
one
this guy's
person,
shitting
and
on
like
people.
I had a different read on the situation during the one I'm thinking of, but yeah, I don't know. Like I feel like if but like this was coming from someone that used to be a reg, so I guess, but like that doesn't mean they're they're not wrong either. So
if the person is like a newcomer, sure, just ban them without checking. Fuck them. But if they're like a long-term member, and you're not like muting them or warning them, you're like banning them. You should like at least get some corroborating evidence before you just pull the trigger. Like fuck it, one guy complained, you're out of here. Come into the chat, talk to people,
I
figure it
don't
out.
think Amelie bans as many people as you think.
No, I'm not talking about the quantity, just the quality. There's been plenty of times someone gets banned, someone else will be like, "Hey, I don't know, was that really called for?" Oh, you're banned. Backdoor moderating.
The thing about Charlotte, just look at her rap sheet. That
No,
just
it's not about
speaks for-
Charlotte.
Then who are we talking about?
I'm fine with the Charlotte. I'm just talking about just general bans from Amelie.
In general.
Yeah, she's like,
yeah, not everyone is.
She's ready, dude. I have like this meme of her too. Let me find it.
I mean, I've known Amelie for a long time, so I don't really. I mean, sometimes I disagree for ban reasons and everything, but like most of the time it's justified. Even anti would say this.
The entire idea of backdoor moderating being a bannable offense is stupid.
I mean, I agree, but like, I agree, but then also like the reason that went into place because like there would be like, I mean, this happened like a year or two ago, and like people would literally have like in their names like like says like hashtag blank for reg or like D, like people would have like demod this person, get rid of this
let's
person,
see what we can pull off
or
here
like
for
all this type of shit, and there'd be like these like mini protest type of things against these regulators. Which is
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
Yeah, what's wrong with having like someone for
Anyone,
Reg?
anyone who has for Reg in their name is dog whistling.
Okay.
To the neo regs.
Also, we're talking about like causing unnecessary drama. I don't know what server you think you're in. I mean, this is a server for
Listen,
that.
I am
And I
not
think it's
stating-
probably this is probably like the
I
least
didn't-
level of drama that you can have criticizing a mod.
I didn't finish what I was saying. I never said I agreed with this policy. I am just stating how the policy got into place. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Well, yeah.
I think you should go like
Actually,
or actually, not a Trump sport, just like being lactose.
Oh yeah, this is a warning. So that could be the reason too. Just like yes, parentheses
And then you don't like recant your Trump beliefs.
Yeah. Hey, I voted already.
Did you vote by mail?
I'm not gonna tell you. I voted by mail. Yeah.
Yeah, by mail. Oh, so like now it's not a problem, right?
I mean,
Why
I
are you
turned it into
hesitant
the
to
city
tell us
hall.
who you? Why are you hesitant to tell us who you voted for?
I don't want to cause this.
You wrote in Hillary, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know me. I was a big Hillary shill. Yeah,
No, you're trying to like redeem yourself for letting our queen down in 2016, right?
I didn't vote for Hillary. I'll tell you. Hey, I'll tell you who I voted
Yeah,
for.
that's what I'm saying.
2016. Yeah, I didn't vote for Hillary.
Who'd you vote for?
That's okay. Gary Johnson.
Oh, close.
Wow, that's even worse.
At least they participated.
The libertarian debate really won me over. That toaster
Oh,
argument.
thank you. Thank you. Yeah. The toaster argument is very good. Yeah.
Wasn't Gary Johnson running on this idea of like zero income tax and like 28% sales tax or something?
I mean, yeah, that's debatable. Not knowing where Aleppo is, among other things.
That was a positive. That was a positive. Look, I don't know why people thought that was negative. If you don't know where Aleppo is, that means you can't bomb it, and that's a good thing in terms of American presidency.
That was a fun pop.
Oh
yeah,
Sure. Yeah, we need to have like a toddler in the White House.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh shit, we already do have one. Okay.
That's why you don't have foreign entanglement system, not know anything about foreign countries.
Correct.
Like how Trump didn't know the name of the Mexican president.
Yeah, it's El
It
Presidente.
benefited our.
Well, hold on. So the only
It really benefits foreign relations to have no knowledge about foreign.
the only authority that you
issues.
need the only authority that you need to know about in Mexico is whatever the leader of the cartels are, right? So the Sinaloa cartel. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, the one that the CIA funds.
There's a reason why drugs aren't illegal.
Because they're bad for you.
You're a reason why drugs are illegal.
Just kidding.
Speaking of drugs,
Yeah, speaking
You
of.
gonna make a joke? Cause I find that funny. Ha ha. Ah. Somebody laughed at that.
The moderator should be democratically decided.
I don't know.
Oh God, please no.
Well, aren't they like democratically decided by the other moderators? Isn't that how that works?
Yeah, sounds
Oh,
like
that's the Electoral College.
Yeah, like the electorate chooses the electorate, right?
No, that's not even. That's like the oligarchy.
Well,
Yeah,
sure.
it's like the Electoral College.
We don't elect
Dude,
any representatives in
Dude,
DJG.
this fucking daylight savings time is fucking my brain, dude. It's like 6:30, but it's like pitch black outside. Fucking crazy.
Who do you think will win if we had an election?
We're having an election. Oh, it's the
What?
moderator.
I think
I would
Kanye
win
would win.
by far.
Or DJG?
I think Shaggy
Kanye.
would win.
Kanye
Give me a
has
second.
good
My
chance.
Just give me
Bro,
shit.
your fucking mic is fucked, dude.
I think the person who changed their name, but we all know who they are, but I can't say their name because apparently it's not good nowadays. The Swedish person, I think they would win.
Who?
The
Who?
Swedish person, they have a picture of
Thor?
no, they have a picture of Nemo as their profile picture.
Oh, Max.
Nemo.
You can't say that anymore.
Oh,
they all
wait,
call
you can't say
them
Max? Why
They all
not?
call them Max anyways.
I was told that I can't say that name anymore.
I mean, it
For
must
what
have
reason?
been just you.
Wait, and by who?
I was told, and then I said, "This is a
By
joke,
who?
right?" And then they said, "No, it's not a joke. That's doxing."
Oh, okay.
I think they were fucking with you.
Well,
Yeah.
what the fuck? It was a mod, and I said, like, "Are you joking?" And they said, "No, I'm not joking. You can't say that."
Wait, which mob? Was it Anti?
I don't fucking remember.
Was
who.
it
I think
Renan?
I think it
I'm pretty
was
sure-
Anti.
I'm pretty sure I've heard Anti call Max Max. Like, since he changed
Okay,
his
well,
name.
look, cat's out of the bag. I think Max would win.
Why?
Because Max is
I
very
think
likable.
Anti would win.
Anti
Wait,
is a mod.
who's the cat?
Yeah, but he'd win again. Also,
Max
that
is-
he probably just
where's this bag?
incumbent.
It's the cat.
I think the person who says Wu Tang is forever will win.
I agree.
Wu-Tang
Yeah,
is
Wu-Tang.
I agree.
Is Anti not likable?
Honestly, this maximize
I like
consent guy, whoever that person is, they're a beta.
Oh no, I was
Beta.
about to be on board. I thought you were gonna say I'm gonna win, but then you said something mean.
No, you're beta. Jesse Lee
Beta
Pearson
male.
told me you're a beta.
I think me and Jesse Lee Pearson will go well.
Do you love black people?
I love black people.
Oh, he loves more than just.
Forgive me, I'm black and slow. So.
Wait, yo, you guys know how JLP says lesbian?
Who?
JLP, you know how he says lesbian?
Yeah,
The
yeah.
word lesbian? Lesbian!
Lesbian. Dude, that was so
Lebanon?
retarded. Like, that was so retarded. Like, oh, sorry, I can't say that. Was so
you
stupid.
can't say
You
that.
can't say that.
Yeah,
bro.
I know. I
Can't
literally
say
said.
that.
I literally said that. I can't say.
2020.
But no, it was funny because like in the debate with the Destiny and Jesse Lee Peterson, he just out of nowhere said lesbians and people laughed at him. He's like lesbians. He just said it again like really loud. I was like, this is the level of debate.
He's a Mr. Comedy
Yo, what is
himself.
up with that guy? Like, he has to be joking, right?
He's the most intelligent stroke victim ever. I'm trying to say it right.
Wow.
No, that was like
but,
a comment on the
is
YouTube
he-
video. It was pretty funny.
I saw that
Like,
comment. too.
is he like playing a character, or like is he genuinely like this,
Nah,
but
he-
just like exaggerated, or?
It's like a
What's going
Sam
on with this
Hyde.
guy?
It's like a Sam Hyde post-ironic like character mixed with reality kind of thing.
It's like if Alex Jones drank the water that made the frogs gay.
I don't know, cause like, is Tommy Sotomayor? Do you guys know who that is? Is he playing?
Yo,
character? I don't watch
wait, is he-
Barbara, like,
is he
a few
still
years
around?
ago. I don't know. I used to watch him. Tommy
On the Drunken
Sotomayor.
Peasants, he used to have like a.
Yeah, it was like
lot
this.
of-
Just
them.
like yeah, he was like
so
talking a
what,
lot of
what
like.
was his?
Wait, Tommy Sotomayor was for real.
What did he,
like,
so
100
yo,
years.
I think I went on
It
his
was
channel
real.
and like
Did you all see
he's
when
a Trump supporter now.
Did you all see when Booger Nick was telling
surprising,
people
right?
to vote Democrat?
Who?
Booger Nick, the paleocon.
Never heard of him.
Why was the thing about? I mean, I know Richard Spencer endorsed Biden, but what did Booger Nick do it?
It was because apparently the Democrat was more conservative than the conservative in North Carolina, which is interesting to say the least. But yeah, just more Nazi stuff as usual.
I know, like Nazis
national
really,
bullshit.
Nazis really don't.
Paleocons aren't
Or
Nazis.
they really don't like Republicans, right? Because of like the whole Jewish thing, right? Like Republicans like Israel, these kind of Nazi types really don't.
Yeah.
I wonder why.
You liked what you want to talk about?
Well,
the
Marx
Asians?
wants
They're
to.
just pro-Palestine, right? They're not.
Yeah, they're just pro-Palestine.
They're just anti. They're just anti-Israel.
I mean, it's the
and
leftists who
anti-Zionist.
started it, really. If we have to be honest here, but never mind.
Beta lesbian.
I forget which video it was, but like there's a theory that like Israel is
Oh,
the
your
hive mind,
PS5's up
and then
now?
there's like all these tendrils that go across the world or something like that. It's pretty cool.
Who?
Yeah.
Who said that?
Fuck. I was I don't
No, it's
actually
November
remember.
12th.
I think it was
Okay.
that like conspiracy video that Dave posted at some point in it. It was explaining how Israel was like the hive mind of the Jews, and then
Conspiracy.
They have like the tendrils that go across the world, and so really, in order to like destroy the Jews, you have to like strike at the hive mind. And so, and America is like bought by the Jews, so that's why it supports Israel. It's like, yeah, like, all this stuff.
Wait, David said this?
David, that one's a conspiracy theorist guy. He posted a video. I'm pretty sure at part of it,
Yeah,
it was going off on. It was going. Yeah, like in part of the video. I think it was after the part where it said that BLM was calling for the alien invasion. It was talking about like the Jewish control.
I remember.
Yeah, there's no way that video's for real. There's just no
let's
way.
go ahead.
It's 3 hours of just like every insane theory packed into one. I mean,
Did you all see the? Go ahead. Sorry.
no, I was just gonna say, like, I mean, I've heard conspiracy theories that are just as insane, but
Oh,
I
do
would
not.
respect somebody that held them more, right? So like birds aren't real. Like I've heard that one around, and that one, that one's like it's really fucking weird, but it's like it's harmless, right? Like if somebody like believes that birds aren't real, it's like, okay, you're fucking weird, but like you're not gonna go on
No,
a killing
it's not
spree.
harmless because like these guys are like they think that they're being stalked, right, by like drones or like fucking I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
so
know.
they might
What do
shoot
call them?
birds more. They might shoot birds more, but that's about
Yeah,
it.
have you guys ever been on the Reddit?
They call them targeted individuals, right?
Yeah, have you guys ever been on the Reddit Bureau of Investigation subreddit? If you go on there, it's literally just a bunch of like schizophrenic people being like, I think I'm being like stalked, like I'm being gang stalked, and it's just like a bunch of like this random
Gang stalked.
gang stalked. Yeah, it's like it'll be
That's
like
the term they use.
what they'll do is it'll be like a freeway. They'll like record a video of the freeway, and it'll be like they're fucking watching me. They're watching me. They're watching me. You know, it's like what the fuck?
It actually is like crossing over into I think pretty clear mental illness, and it's sad. Like especially the paranoia specifically, right? The paranoia gets really bad and
I mean,
destroys people's lives.
Yeah, I mean, but like the people who really I don't understand are the ones who are sane and doing it, as in like the QAnon supporters who realize that they're actually not helping, they're actually helping child traffickers get away with child trafficking because
I don't believe that most.
Did you see the petition? Did you see the petition?
I've seen it.
90%. Yeah.
No, hold on. I've seen like
90%,
roughly half of Trump supporters like have some belief in QAnon. I don't believe that the vast majority of them actually understand what QAnon is. I just refuse to believe that most people think that there is like a Satan worshipping, child raping cult that Trump has been sent by God to destroy. I don't think that's true.
What was
There's
that
no
about
way.
the petition? The
So,
90% what?
yeah, so let me find it again, but it was 90% of anti-human trafficking agencies that said that QAnon was not helping in the movement. They were actually making it harder for them to help people.
Well, this so like
find
they're
it
the
for you.
people that QAnon are fighting against, right? Like because they're the elite like pedophile.
It's just
The
really strange.
anti-human trafficking agency? No, they're not.
Yeah, they're bought and paid for by Soros, right?
Oh, this is true. And my little cousin does it too.
Oh, you're right. Never mind.
It just seems like with QAnon people, and it's like, look, I'm not ever gonna herald myself as an expert, but it's been like, I don't know. It just seems like it's so counterintuitive that these people actually want to help with like stopping like the child predators, like I don't know, shit posting on like fucking like I don't know, whatever they do isn't helping anybody.
Well, I mean, like, what I don't understand is the connection with Epstein. Like, Trump like has multiple photos, wishes Ghislaine, right?
That's him. That's him infiltrating. That's him infiltrating the cabal, right? So he's actually still a good guy. He's like a secret agent.
Oh, QAnon grifters.
45D chess, right?
Yeah. Like he's trying to get friendly with them.
Secret
to tell him, like, where they
agent,
keep-
man.
You know, maybe he's like a
yeah.
triple agent, and he just in there not for the kids, but he just wants to steal all the.
And in fact, no.
He's
In fact,
using the kids like just to fit in, right?
no.
Like he's
In
not
fact,
actually doing it.
no. So like they were planning on having a Sean Connery. Like he was gonna be the one that was gonna go in, but then the pedophile ring, they got to him, and so he recently died because they poisoned him, right? So now it's entirely up to Trump. Like Trump has to, he's got to defeat them. Yeah.
I mean, like, I don't know. I don't know how you guys can look at this, dude. Anybody who is like familiar enough with the QAnon, dude, like these and like knows enough about this to like know what you just said. Like, if anybody unironically believes that, then you're like you have to be schizophrenic or something.
You either have to be you have to
Or
have some
patriot.
Yeah, like pretty degenerative, like mental illness, or you're just you're somebody who is very, very, very uninformed. Which I mean,
Okay,
I think there's definitely people out there.
The article for the anti-trafficking organizations denouncing QAnon is in the gaming chat. If anyone wants to see what I was talking about.
Yeah, do you know how people can really
That making
help?
things good.
It's just like, I don't know, dude. I don't know a lot about child trafficking. I don't know a lot about
Mhm.
that. But it just seems, it seems like
You're saying that
like
too
on
often.
weekends.
A lot of it, dude.
Oh, yeah, you have nothing to do with it, huh?
Yeah,
It's a good
dude.
hobby.
What I mean, let me take a hit of
Save the
Chrome really
child
quick.
slaves by buying them.
I'm still.
Hey.
Unless I have
Hey, capitalism solving
audio.
modern problems.
Hopefully, I can get that fixed eventually.
Wild slaves.
I don't know, dude. No, they're not slaves. They're just adrenochrome departments. And when they're done, they kick them out onto the streets like they do child trafficking.
They don't. Work sets you free.
Wait,
What
so
are you talking
what's
about?
the adrenochrome
They
thing
need
again?
it.
Adrenochrome, they just think that it's like, instead of having sex with the kids, or maybe in tandem with having sex with the kids, they also harvest them for their adrenaline, which is like an anti-aging.
Oh.
Yeah. It's like the Mummy. Remember when when the Mummy
Yeah,
sucks
so like
the life
that's
out of
why.
people? Yeah.
That's why Hillary looks like she's 20, right? Or
Yeah, that's
18.
true.
Yeah,
go on,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
go on. Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
that's why
Hillary's actually like a vampire, right? Like a cosmic vampire.
Yeah, lizard vampire. It's the new DLC ones God just dropped.
There are photos of Hillary at like
Lizard vampires.
World War One and shit. So,
You ever notice?
She participated in World War One.
Hey, you ever notice that you never
didn't
seen
see
Hillary Clinton in the same room
Yeah,
together?
yeah. I mean, dude, I was with, my little cousin was with HRC storming the beaches in Normandy. He was there, along with Dale Earnhardt Jr. and his race car.
Yeah, this is where we start moving into like real like schizophrenic. Like I mean, if you listen to these people, like oftentimes they'll attribute it to like movie stars. They just save the world. They're being followed. They're being stalked. Like this is very common.
this is literally how it starts, by the way.
Yeah.
It's like,
You know what I think it is? I
probably
think,
like start the shit posting and then people start to adopt it.
you know what I think it is? This is like this
agree.
might sound just like shit posting. And it could be like, this could just be like me talking out of my ass. But I feel like a lot of the time this is just for people whose brains can't handle the overload of like the stimulus overload of the internet, and they just succumb to it. Like for a lot of these people, it's like these like really old
That's
like
not my
boomer, like actual boomer people who have just like retired, or their jobs are like lax enough so that they can spend a lot of their time on the internet, and like they just like went down a rabbit hole, and like their brains just weren't like accustomed enough to the internet to sift through all the noise, and they just succumbed. That's what I kind of feel like it is. Like these are just people who are just like addicted to their phones, like constantly reading Drudge Report, Breitbart, like Twitter, Facebook.
You're saying they're more informed?
That's why we gotta stop.
All
Like,
of those things
internet
inform
access
you.
to-
Are you against being informed?
Yeah, what the fuck?
We gotta stop internet
Freedom of the
access
press.
to
Freedom of the
retirement
press.
homes.
It's still better than CNN, right?
I don't know, but I think there's like an actual thing. Like these people's brains just can't sift out like all the information. It's just like they just succumb. Like information overload or something.
There is
Here's
the thing
the
about
thing,
like
though.
derivative
What if-
information, but there's also the thing where many people only read select sources, and so like there's like a quote from someone of this like, if you only read a little bit, that hinders you because like you're only taking in like a myopic view of information.
they're right, though?
You don't
What if they're
have like access to other perspectives.
Well, then my life is a fucking lie.
Yeah, like what if they're actually the ones who are like the right position, and then even though maybe we all came to like a more reasonable position, we're actually wrong. Like,
Well,
that
the reason
happens.
it's not right is
That's fucking tragically
Filling up
unlucky.
my 14,000
It'd be interesting.
shards.
So are we very lucky then? If we're only reading the good articles?
We're morally
question.
Moral luck is real? What? Nietzsche was right. Suffering is good. We need to suffer to learn.
I mean, you know, you can't really say they're wrong, right?
You
can never say they're wrong again.
Yeah, you have to say
Yeah,
that they're
you're
right.
right.
You have to say that they're living their own truth, right? That's what Obama said.
Exactly.
So you know,
They're
if you're living your own truth, then you can't be criticized for any action you do.
Morally unfortunate.
Did you know that Obama was actually Barry
Pedophile? Yes.
Shapiro
Barry
when
Allen?
he was when he was in the CIA?
Obama or Osama? Who'd you say?
I mean,
Well,
what's the difference?
that's actually
They're
like
the
his
same
third
person.
pseudonym. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the same
Obama,
person,
right?
Were you-
Osama bin
Is this from
Laden,
Breitbart or
Biden,
the New York
right?
Times?
Yeah.
No, this is from this is from the logo. This is from God. Divine order.
Oh, Jesus
Templars?
spoke to me and told me.
This is divine revelation.
Did Hermes Trismegistus tell you in his Emerald Tablet?
Accessing
Exactly.
through
Yeah.
The fucking alchemists are coming back. They're telling us our prophecies.
Yep.
This is why we need to legalize marijuana.
Alchemists coming back. When did
the
they leave?
DMT machine elves.
Okay, why legalize marijuana?
Because we need our magic back. Our magic has been taken from us.
We need to legalize.
Legalize LSD.
Okay, why?
You could already.
I would agree with the legalization of. No, they're not legal, but I would in some countries. But I would agree with legalization of mushrooms, but not LSD. Personally.
Why?
Why?
I just think like this kind of synthetic compound, which LSD is like
Just
engineered.
natural
created.
versus artificial difference.
Yeah, man.
Oh,
Bro.
man.
We should legalize cyanide.
Well,
yeah, that's natural.
Well, I just think that I think if we're talking about for the treatment of depression, kind of like schizophrenia, or not schizophrenia, but depression or anxiety.
Okay. Do you think that pharmaceuticals are bad?
We should legalize
Of course, I'm saying for
Do you think that pharmaceuticals are bad? Right, pharmaceuticals are often artificially designed. Right?
Depends on the pharmaceuticals, right?
Okay, do you think that acetaminophen should be? Do you think Tylenol should be regulated? Do you think
Absolutely.
ibuprofen should be regulated? Shouldn't it be available over the counter?
It should be regulated.
I think it should be. I think
You think you should need a prescription to get an ibuprofen?
No, I think it should. I think the people who make it should be regulated.
Yeah, but that's true of everything. We're talking about legalizing, right?
I actually think a considerable amount of people actually die of Tylenol overdose every year.
Oh, okay, never mind. Regulate that. You're right.
Considerable amount.
Well, they die because, but you need absurd.
Because they deliberately overdose on it.
Yeah,
That's why you need a good guy with a gun. Right?
Regulation.
You need a good guy with the Tylenol. You need a good guy with the Tylenol.
So a big part of it is that people
let's see what kind of shit we
don't
got
know,
here.
even
That's
though they
not
advertise it a
true.
lot. People don't know how dangerous it is to drink alcohol and take Tylenol at the same time.
Look, Tylenol doesn't kill people. People kill people.
Oh, true.
Okay.
The doctors who give them
But
Tylenol.
no, I was just making the point, Bali, that I think if we're saying that LSD and shrooms kind of have potential to help treat depression, that's kind of why we want to get them legalized, not just for recreational usage. I was just saying that I think mushrooms have the same kind of benefit that LSD has without the negative.
Is that up to
negatives of being artificially created?
What's
or
being
synthetic.
artificially created a negative? I don't understand.
Hold on, there is
House was artificially created. My math textbooks were
I
all
guess I don't
artificially
understand.
created.
Hold
How's that a negative?
Hold on. I can bring something in here that might actually help understand that perspective, which is that if you look at something that's artificially created versus something that's naturally created, in the back of your mind, subconsciously, you might have this association of it being like, oh, this is a natural thing. This is created by the environment, and that might
Ooh,
manifest
I didn't realize I had that little
in some
deity
hallucinatory
roll.
fashion to be something that's more like a mother form or whatever. There's a whole
keep
bunch
that
of
one.
different.
That seems totally irrational.
No, it doesn't. No. Why?
is.
Okay, hold on. Why would the subconscious effect of thinking that, oh, this substance that I'm taking is produced by humans, manufactured per se, versus say grown, would not have a subconscious psychological effect when you're
I'm
ingesting
saying
hallucinatory mushrooms.
I'm saying that thinking that something is bad because it is artificial, that if the basis for that view
I wasn't
is
arguing
that
for bad.
Okay, that's the question that I asked about Breezy, so then I just don't care about what you're talking about.
Yeah.
No,
okay.
I'm
So I
trying
would say the reasoning is not that it is just merely that it is synthetic or artificially manufactured, but that I think that there should be before we legalize LSD, I think there should be obviously more rigorous testing and
Yes, it's
kind
true
of
for
making sure the
natural-
compound is as safe.
That's true
safe
for
as
natural.
That's what we're doing right now.
That's
That's
true
what we're
for
doing
natural.
right
Yeah.
now.
It's true for natural
think that
things. That's true for natural things too. You don't think they should be tested to see what their effects are?
Natural, man. It's organic.
Oh, it's
Well, I guess more so I was
nature
meaning that,
nature did it, dude. Who cares if like certain
yeah.
conditions?
Saying that
Who
after, I
cares
think
if like
after
when you
the
have certain
kind of
conditions, they might fucking toxify your entire system. They
After
might result in
the
they might
process,
result
I
in
think after
additional
the
heart
process.
disease. They might result in like neurodegenerative disorders. But who cares, man? It's natural, dude.
Yeah.
Hey, it's part of Mother Gaia.
Yeah, but no,
Return
I'm not
to
making that.
return
Wait,
to
wait,
monkey.
1 second. I'm not making that argument, but I'm just saying that I think after this kind of process or like legalization of LSD, I think the compound would undergo changes that would make it not necessarily LSD anymore.
Seems
so
like
I just think
ridiculous.
That's not how that works, though.
Okay,
This
conspiracy
Well, I
seems
think it would
like
alter. I
this
mean, I think
seems
we would.
like
I think we would
conspiracy
alter the
theories.
compound
I have
to
my
the point
tinge
where
cap on
They'd
already.
alter the compound, man. The lasers from Mars
No,
would
Take me to the
change
Matrix.
the compound.
You don't think there would be some kind of? You don't think there would be some kind of alteration if we were to like legalize LSD in its production if it was like manufactured like synthetically or
I
put
would
into like
say
a
that
pill
most
form or,
likely
like,
the
a-
dosage would be light.
Let me make sure. Let me
Right.
make sure I understand. Let me make sure I understand the question. You're asking me if there would be like certain companies that would have like a license to produce LSD that would produce something that isn't LSD, that is chemically different from LSD, but they label it as LSD, and that might end up hurting people. You're asking me if that could happen? Is that the question?
I'm saying that at that
I don't
point it
care
would
what
no longer be like LSD.
is that your question to me?
No.
Is your question isn't could that happen? Okay, what is your question?
You're saying, don't you think that through the process of like I guess like commodifying or putting it out to market to be like consumed legally, there would be like an alteration to the compound that would kind of differentiate it from like its original like or like the kind of LSD that is mostly like used recreationally or almost.
The problem,
you're
the problem
asking
with
me
the alteration of a drug is that I'm a undergrad in chemistry. So the problem with a altercation of a drug is you have no idea the repercussion of the altercation you are making before you test it on a biological like unit, which means you have no idea how it works before you test it on a human.
Yeah, so it's possible that during the
babies.
testing phase,
Yeah, we
that
should
it's,
give it to
it's possible
Yeah,
that
that'll be
like
strong. We can handle it.
it's possible that like during the testing phase they might want to make different like LSD in its original form has these horribly negative side effects, right? Or something. They might make a chemical
That's what I'm
change.
saying, yeah.
They might make a chemical change to try to reduce those side effects to make it safer to use, right? And it's possible that those changes could modify the hallucinatory effect of it or have some other side effect on the like experience you have when you take the drug. But yes, that is conceptually possible. Whether or not that would actually happen, I have no idea. But I don't know enough about the biochemistry to make any kind of a prediction about what the likely changes would be to this particular drug. That's crazy. You don't know enough to say that.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah,
agree.
no, you're
The problem is who the fuck cares? Who are you to say something should be illegal or something shouldn't be illegal? Especially in the modern environment we are in, where we present cigarettes and alcohol as illegal and something else as illegal. Who are you to present arguments against that? Sorry, present your argument.
Let's
That's
take
the perception.
everything. Exactly.
I meant the perception is that they're more addictive, so it's harder to make like rational choices.
It doesn't matter what your
The funny
perception
thing is LSD is not
This
addictive.
can,
to
no, sorry, give me a second. It doesn't matter what your perception
alive,
is.
Guardian.
This can be measured through a actual research.
I know
like,
you.
response.
I know
what your biological response is in that isolated environment. That is it.
I think the reason that
Also,
it's illegal.
I just need you to actually present a argument.
I think the
against
differentiation here is like, or like the reason like it is illegal as like a cigarette. I mean, like LSD is illegal as opposed to cigarettes. You know, so, I mean, I didn't know it was directed specifically at you, but I like the harm or causes that come from cigarettes. I think. Sorry, I lost
It gives you
my
cancer.
Sorry, no, go ahead, Paul.
Let him talk.
No, go ahead, Molly. I just had to think about it. Sorry.
He just asked me to respond.
No, but let him talk. Let him finish this point.
He said that he forgot his point.
Well, I mean, I was just more so the effects that can come, the negative effects that can come from LSD, or like the ones that have been in the past, or we've seen in the past, have been like substantial, where people like lose their lives, or like hallucinate, or do, I guess, crazy things that if they're not
Cigarettes give
supervised
you
or like under
cancer.
direct supervision.
Oh,
Yeah, they
no,
give you
hold
cancer,
on.
but they don't directly, like, yeah,
They
over
kill
time,
you.
just not like
They kill you.
Breezy, can I respond to that?
Yeah,
Sure.
go on.
Okay. So, let's take for example mushrooms, because mushrooms are similar in how they react as psychoactive compared to like LSD, right?
Okay. So
there is a term known as set and setting, and in the research done on LSD and mushrooms and
let's see
any
about
type
doing
of other
some
psychoactive,
crucible while we're waiting on.
what we found in the research is that depending on who does the
Find some folks to
experiments,
do
the
this shit
outcomes
with.
can be drastically
When you
different.
whisper to the
Because set and setting matters so much in where you're taking it, you know, the environment you're taking it in. Like, are you listening to music or not? Because your entire experience in the trip matters so much to whether or not the outcomes of the trip are going to be beneficial towards you. Are they going to be, you know, positive? Are they going to be negative? Are they going to put you into a mental setting that's going to make you, you know, go out and kill yourself? Like,
Yeah, and that's why I mentioned the supervision aspect. Yeah.
Right. So when we talk about, like, say mushrooms and say like LSD, what we see is that they act very similarly. So my main question to you is why what imagination do you have that that LSD would act differently from mushrooms? And I know what you might say is that mushrooms is like, you know, something that's grown versus like LSD, which is like created. But then my next question is like, do you have any kind of evidence that show that there like are more harms versus like benefits for one chemical versus the other?
Well, would you like it from a like chemist point of view? Because as a like an individual,
go ahead. Give your
actually,
opinion. Just give your take.
No, the point with LSD is you have generally isolated the chemicals that gives you the psychedelic response that you are looking for, and we want to isolate that chemically. That is why, for example, a certain chemical or a product that can be refined to the psychedelic chemical that you are looking for is illegal, and illegal to buy in bulk, for example, as you would see, for example, if you want to buy like what is it called, like shit, but like what is it called? If you want to like blow up a building, you want to buy a
napalm or something, or
yeah, no, but you want to.
You talk about like nitrogen or something to that effect.
Fertilizer.
Yeah, fertilizer.
Correct. You want to buy fertilizer? Yeah, no, you want to buy fertilizer as the raw product. The same way that you can't buy certain organic oils as a byproduct, because you can refine them to be LSD. The thing is that no matter what you want to do, mushrooms produces the chemical that you want. But the only thing you want to be illegal is the refined product that you're looking for. And that is it. That is it. There is no other source of your high. It is only like the like source chemical. That is all that is it.
Psilocybin and psilocybin.
Exactly, like psilocybin. It is psilocin, or whatever the chemical is. That is illegal. Nobody gives a fuck about anything else.
Zone C. Zone A
I can get caught. Nobody gives a fuck, because why would they? Because
I didn't get it.
It's all about the psychoactive drugs. That is it, that is all. And as a person who studied chemistry, but then like fucking, it hurts to say that for years. Like,
You're in the lead. You're in the lead.
Yeah, go fuck yourself. You're fucking cunt.
What was your hardest chemistry class?
Right now? No, that is right now, and it is physical chemistry, and right now I'm studying quantum physics and quantization.
Fuck yeah.
For real? I was gonna say it's either gonna be organic chemistry or physical chemistry.
Wrong. It is quantization. It is the understanding of ordinals with actual mathematical understanding. That is what it is.
Hey, that's so cool, man. Like I used to teach a class on that.
Yeah, no,
Seriously?
it is shit.
No.
Walk me through it.
Oh, fuck off, you stupid.
Let's so the only time I ever interacted with quantum physics was in a physics 235 class or something.
I'm sorry.
And we worked with the time-independent Schrodinger equation. There's a time dependent. I'm not sure what's the quantizing aspect.
Quantizing is very interesting. So I'm going to do. Sorry, if you don't mind, I would like to go into a very complex subject.
God damn it. Love it as long as it's mathematical.
Yes, go ahead. Yes, it is very interesting and it's very confusing. So I want you to imagine a movie as where you imagine a movement to continue to an infinite like divisible parts. So when you do a movement, it is infinitesimally
it's continuous.
Yeah, it's
smooth, infinitely differentiable.
Exactly. But once you actually are able to slow it down, you find that it consists of images that go into slight intervals. Exactly. It is like frames of a video.
Yo, I'm smart. So smart.
You're so smart. Congrats. But the point in quantum dynamics is that you discover Shut up. Sorry, yeah, you cannot divide smaller decimals, so you actually find that they have to exist in a probabilistic space between this and this.
What's that called? I thought it was like the Planck length or something.
No, it is quantization. It is the difference in energy levels, and that is quantization. Because you have quantum numbers, that is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that is literally what length of quantum mechanics is. Because you have certain quantum numbers that bases themselves on what physics has defined. And
I thought like the smallest one. I thought like the smallest unit of distance is the quantum.
Yes, right. That is where the Planck's constant comes from, and we have to like operate within that length. But the Planck's constant is only a constant multiplied by a Planck's number.
Gilbert Brown.
0 or 1 or
It's a shadow knife.
3. See where I'm coming from? Sure. It is.
Yeah, damn it.
It is.
Shadow knife on bridge.
So what are you quantizing?
That's it. Like
Do you take like
quantizing.
a physical theory, or do you like? It sounds like maybe what you're doing is you have like some sort of continuous space that's like at the macro level where it appears to be continuous, and you try to do is like figure out the discrete version or the quantized version that like gives you the right kind of macro level continuous behavior at the limit.
See,
Is that what
that's where you
quantizing
miss.
is?
No, that's where you misunderstand. Quantizing is the exact like limit of unit that we recognize that we can't actually measure in infinitesimal space. We can't recognize that a like 1 centimeter is an infinitesimal amount of space. We actually have to break it down into like.
So how does this intersect with chemistry? I guess.
Oh, it's wonderfully complicated and it's so confusing and it's 100% like the moment you start to discuss physical chemistry, it is
They got
because
heavy.
you actually have to adopt chemistry into a quantized level of like probabilistic states. So when you say, for example, do you know what an S orbital is?
barely remember
Zone
orbits.
A captured.
Can't
You
remember.
have zone
Okay,
advantage.
so orbitals.
It's like
God damn
218
it.
something, 268.
Yeah. So oh shit. Do you mind? Wait. Do you mind? Do you, okay. Do you mind if I actually explain how the periodic table works?
Go ahead, man. This shit is
This has to do with the electron, how many electron gaps you have in the outer.
This is all I'm studying, so this is amazing.
University 101.
I like that last dance.
There are orbitals. These are hang on, orbitals. There are probabilistic density so when I say 1x,
You're winning. Stay strong. Well,
I'm watching the stream. Yeah.
so when you say 1, do you see the 1?
Yeah.
And S, yes, you see a spherical probability division of the electron existing within those parameters. Do you see that? You see a circle, basically.
So there's a
sphere,
probability
basically.
distribution defined on the sphere, is that right?
Correctly, yes. You
Okay, is
see
it uniform?
It is, yes. So you see a 99.9% statistical distribution of the electron existing with this parameter. Do you understand that?
No.
Oh, so yeah,
Damn,
there is a
my stream be choppy as
99.9%
fuck.
chance the electron exists within this spherical distribution.
Okay, so the actual probability distribution is defined, I don't know, like everywhere, but this is like within
Correct.
here it captures
Yes.
this proportion of the population.
It is purely
It's like
God damn
218 something, 268.
Yeah, it could be 99, it could be 0.5, it could be okay, 0.5, whatever it is.
There's some
in this
region
case.
that captures, you know, whatever proportion of the probability.
Agree. Yes.
Okay.
They will all inhibit the same shape. However, the length of the shape will depend on the
Oops. Well, looks like I can't watch. There we go. Okay.
Or an ellipsoid?
No, so say for example, are you seeing my arrow? Or whatever it is?
I think I just see the oh yeah, I saw the box.
The cursor.
I don't think I
No,
see
the
the
cursor.
mouse. Though.
You don't see the cursor?
No. I think you'd need to share your screen instead of the.
Shit, I know I tried to share my fuck. Okay, that makes it difficult. Okay, let's see. Oh, it is wonderful because this is literally what I'm going through. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So, in this spherical distribution of 2p1 minus 1, right? You see
Yeah.
that? It is a donut.
Yeah, torus. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Say if I were to distribute that towards 100, how would that look?
Distribute it toward 100. I'm not sure what that means.
Shit. Yeah, no.
You can like stretch it out so it isn't perfectly circular.
Yeah. So in
distorted.
this case, yeah, no, in this case, this donut shape would be the probabilistic distribution of a electron existing within that perimeter of 99.5% of the time. Do you understand what I mean?
Right. So that means
So
that
with
most
it-
of the
with
time it's going to fall within the confines of the torus.
Yeah, exactly. 99.5 of the time. For every second, it will exist within that donut of unit.
So why is it a torus instead of a sphere?
Oh, that is fascinating. That is simply what we have determined from
It's empirical.
observation.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, it's empirical. There is nothing else.
Is there anything that the unit necessarily indicates, or is it just? You mentioned something about density.
Show me you can take- show me you
Does
can
the
take-
torus
hold the
necessarily
zone.
can it
Hold
represent
the
any
zone.
unit in regards to whatever you're describing, or?
When you say any unit, what do you mean?
So you said that the Taurus is okay, so I think
Right?
okay.
Is that-
Yeah, I don't know if that's correct or not.
Enemy claims Zone B. They've taken the lead. They can return this time.
What I've heard from I have a friend who's a
Yes.
physics PhD, and sometimes I bounce ideas off of him.
Good.
I think he said that, like, in quantum field theory, basically everything's a field that, like, occupies the entire universe, essentially. It's just, like, concentrated in different areas. The idea here is, like, technically, the electron could be anywhere, could pop up anywhere in the universe.
Absolutely,
But
yes.
it's actually, but,
Yes.
like, empirically, we discover that, like, it has this behavior given, like, these other constraints.
How are you able to define like the shape of like a distribution empirically?
Oh, you just like throw a bunch of stuff against a wall and see where it hits.
Yes, exactly. It is by the nature.
What's that
of
process called?
The process is called science.
No, that's wrong.
Yes,
Guess and stack. I don't know.
It is empirical.
That's
It
so
is-
Just took the lead.
It is by the nature
Took
of
my
what
lead.
we
Come on.
observe,
We can get
right?
this back.
Because whatever we
This is why you need
observe,
particle colliders, right?
exactly,
Smash them
yes,
against
we-
each other and you see what happens when you
You
pull off.
captured Zone A. Zone
Exactly,
advantage
we
is
have
yours.
to observe it, or else it doesn't matter. That's the point.
Zone C.
It's so
Zone C.
it's so cool listening to you being so excited about this.
No, I'm not even excited about this. It's just exciting.
Captured Zone B. You have zone advantage.
You have to experience it to actually
Zone A lost. Zone A
because
lost.
what is the
Ow, there.
right? So if I know something to be true, how do I know it to be true if nobody?
Yeah, my audio's a little bit on the laggy side right now.
Captured
So
Zone
it's
C.
confusing.
You have advantage. Have
Yeah, go ahead.
advantage.
If everything is
Yes.
that mean things would
Zone B lost. Zone B lost.
what we describe as law still follows, and so long as it is considered a probability. It's just a, like I say, yeah.
There's no like.
No, let him talk. Hang on, let him talk. You give me a second. It's very difficult.
Right.
Good, but like, yeah.
So even though it's 99 so on percent of the time, and then you have like this one-off chance that it's outside of it. How do we? Why you're outside of it?
Getting by now.
Right? It's just a chance. So
Yes.
then my question is then, does that mean that a lot of cases it's possible for something to happen that may appear impossible from our perspective as humans
What happens all the time, like quantum
Opponents have
right?
built
Quantum
a
teleportation.
destroy it.
No, you're going way too beyond what he's asking.
Hold the fuck up, Olier.
Sorry. No, Dang, shut the fuck up! Yeah. No, the point is that you are asking something that is basically a, what is it called within philosophy? It is something that is an orthodox. Yeah,
That's right.
It is something
Just
that
know what
we
he's thinking.
Exactly. It is simply something we have to accept as true. Whenever we jump off a building, we have to fall, because that is statistically what is going to happen. The same way we have to accept, because it is what we observe, because that is all science
Zone A.
is.
You
It
have
is
zone
empirical
advantage.
data translated in the form of mathematical language. Do you understand? Yeah, exactly. That is all that science is. It is what we observe, probabilistically translated into mathematical language. That is all it is. And then we have to base our previous mathematical interpretations.
5 minutes remain.
And that is what we do.
So how would you explain everything.
Zone B, double down. That's a power play. You took
when you say
now
physical
hold.
science,
Zone C lost.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was just the term you had used. So you had
yes, sorry, go ahead.
Now you're fighting with heart.
Zone A chemistry all very much varies. In the end, it is all the no memes aside. It is all the classes that are.
Their shit. Nice. Their shit.
It is.
Nice.
Biology, zone advantage is yours. Physics, and then there's mathematics. That is
Zone B lost.
All of that is based
Ow!
on
That hurt.
Zone A captured. Zone advantage.
Can you give me an example of like a question in physical science that you wouldn't, or in physical chemistry that you wouldn't be asked in like basic, chemistry class? Like what's like a characteristic physical chemistry?
There's one right around B from above.
General chemistry, which is
Backbound. Good shit.
If I were to try to explain an orbital, which is the fundamental part of chemistry, you don't understand how fundamental it is, because the movement of valence is so it is the last that basically predicts all form of like chemical bonds. But we don't learn about that until the third year. Because we simply
3
don't
minutes
have the
remaining.
background to understand it mathematically and probabilistically.
Take that
until
lead.
we get to
Take
the
it.
third or fourth year.
Wait,
Okay,
what do you mean?
Well, I guess what I mean, like,
The lead is yours.
when you take an exam, what kind of questions are is it like, hey, do this interval? Is it like, hey, here's this like word problem, figure out,
Thunder God
what
at
this
B, be
final
careful.
state of something.
So I want to say, when it comes to general chemistry,
You turn
what I
this
had
time.
in my first year was something like a base.
Was the base department.
I agree, and at my point, I genuinely gave up all hope of my further education because I realized 2 years ago my high school education and my high school education. But the point is that in my
Ow!
if you're looking, so I don't know.
No, but like,
Again,
what's
C or
a
B?
physical chemistry?
C or A?
So like,
Yeah,
on a general chemistry exam, you might be asked, hey, what's a base? What's an acid?
Yes.
What's a question that would appear on your physical?
Yes. That is a perfect question.
They're taking B.
Physical
Good defense there.
chemistry question is when
You captured Zone C. You have zone
isolate
advantage.
in a electron neutral particle question. What would be
Zone B lost.
the energetic potential between the neutrons and the electron?
Let's go.
You have to perform some sort of a computation.
Yes, no, it is. No, it is.
Only 1 minute.
But the point is excitation.
If you think it's special relativity, it
Don't want to leave there. Be careful.
Sure. So special. Do you know what special relativity is, by any chance? Or?
Probably not. But that is.
Okay. It's more physics
Looks like we got one
involved.
thing to
Anyways,
see.
Further because we
That drank.
Zone B.
I'm just trying to
You have
understand.
zone 30 seconds.
Sword God on
okay,
B.
hold on, because I suck at explaining things.
Yeah, no, the point is I'm studying this situation, so I would like to represent myself as well as I can.
Yeah, me too. I'm like literally studying special relativity right now.
My bad, hey, listen, I'm with you.
So, okay, so just real quick, special relativity, all special relativity is doing is we're essentially looking at space-time diagram, and we're, does anyone, if I need it, space-time diagram
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Talking about Feynman diagrams?
Yes, motherfucker, yes. Goddamn. Half shit.
This war is a territory.
I don't know
But
what
yeah,
space.
that-
I've never
One
heard
that you
space
can
time.
win. One that you can win. Fight another.
Well,
Shit,
that's
it's a new one. They just dropped them.
yeah. But anyways, pretty much we're doing that, and then we're looking at, we're explaining certain laws. Fuck, we're using like Lagrange. No, it's not Lagrange. Oh, we're using Lafayette transformations.
Yeah,
We're using-
Lafayette transformation. Yeah.
Lafayette.
No,
Yeah,
fuck
yeah.
you! I forget. Okay, motherfucker, it's not Lafayette.
Lagrangian?
Yes,
Laplacian?
Laplacian.
No,
No.
Laplacian. Yeah.
Is it? Wait.
Fourier
There's
transforms.
Laplace
There's
transforms.
That's a far
transforms.
cry
There's
from
Fourier
Lafayette.
series. There's.
Hang
Give me
on,
1
it
second,
is-
y'all.
I think you're talking about the Laplace
for
transform.
Yeah, I'm.
Yeah, it's a Laplace transform.
Hang on.
Let me see. 1 second. I'm just double checking to make sure I know what the fuck it is. If this is the right thing. Yeah, it is. So essentially, we're using Laplace transforms to explain how things work in different frames of inertia. So, for example, that's what the special relativity portion of the course is concerned with. Here's one example. You're on a train. A train is going at a certain velocity with respect to the station.
You're explaining the basics of relativity. No, that is. At the same time, it is way beyond our subject and is way too basic.
No. Yeah. Well, that's why I have to explain it because like you cannot answer.
No, you mean like if you're standing still?
Oh, jumping into half a
on the
match.
train, right? That's what you're explaining.
That's talking about relative. That's like relative velocity. That's like physics 101 shit. But it's more complicated because we're looking at it. We're trying to answer it from different frames other than the one that we're standing.
It's like fighting a whole team of hunters.
If you look at it, we have to
Speaking
use
of which.
velocity transformation equations to explain how we answer it in the frame of a ball that's being thrown on the train that's moving at some velocity.
I need to save it for
Because now we're looking at
PlayStation
it
5.
from the frame of the ball instead of the frame of the guy who's standing at the station that's
He's
looking at the
hurting
train. You see all this shit that's going on?
Yeah, but like,
You might want to turn off your camera because no one else can join the room.
Oh shit! I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Is that my?
It's not this.
Yeah. Whenever someone has
No,
their
the
camera.
camera, not the-
Yeah.
The room is fine.
Alright.
When the camera is on, it limits the room to 20 and 25.
My bad.
Don't worry about it, though.
It's a Discord limitation. It's stupid.
They're left. Only on Destiny server.
The issue with that is if you had 50 rooms, each of them could have 25 people in them, but if they all moved into one room, you couldn't do that. It's weird what the room restriction is. If there was a server restriction on one server, that would make sense.
But yeah, you wouldn't be able to actually show room for the
Pushing me.
So you wouldn't be able to do the request.
Zone B locked. Zone B locked.
Okay, so with regards to the special relativity question, like, my understanding of the way that you define whatever it's called, boosting Galilean boosts, where you like you like recenter your coordinates basically, which like changes
I like that shit.
vectors. But like a bunch of the physical properties are preserved, like the relative velocities between things, etc., etc. Even though like the coordinates that describe their position are now different. But that's only true for. Isn't that only true for non-accelerating frames, like inertial frames?
Well, the problem is if you do it,
What can stop you if you fight together? Nothing.
There's no privileged frame, right? That's all fine and good, but like if you have a non-inertial frame,
Spade.
you get like phantom forces, right? It's like when you're on a merry-go-round, it feels like you're getting pushed off, but that's just your mass doing what mass does.
Wait, no.
Sorry.
That's a phantom force. It's
Go
a
ahead.
No,
phantom
it
force.
is not a phantom force in any way. No, it is not a. It is not a phantom force in any way. It is acceptable. It is explicable.
No, but it's not a genuine force. It's not a force acting on you.
Oh, the same way that gravity is a genuine acceptable force isn't a genuine force. Right? So when people argue the argument you have to win is, are you attached to the Earth, and what force connects you to it? That is it. If that is I don't know.
What if they're a gravity denier?
No, maybe this is like maybe this is like an English language thing.
Go ahead,
But these are called pseudo forces or fictitious forces. It's an inertial force.
It is. You're right. Because they exist.
Right. What I'm saying is they aren't the kind of force that gets preserved between frames when you boost.
Don't you punch at me.
They're not conserved.
Zone B, Captain.
Oh,
Zone advance.
Gravity's not conserved?
Gravity
No,
is
I'm sure they are. Yes, I'm pretty sure they are concerned.
No,
I'm
You're making me actually think.
No, shit, I can't say this for sure, but I'm 99% sure they are concerned. Because if I were to ask you, okay, if it isn't gravity that keeps us grounded, what is it?
I can make a really corny joke.
Gravity is a fictitious force.
Yes, absolutely.
Are you trying to go with the axioms as a
What is the origin?
as a joke?
That's a different. Comes from the curvature of space-time, right?
Okay, yeah, sure, but you agreed that it comes from something.
Our argument isn't that it doesn't come from anything.
No, I agree. So I will never say that the
3 minutes.
Oh wait, no, you're right. Okay, Bully, I understand what you're saying now. So Bully, the reason why it's so true, but in physics we generally we sort of like discount that in all our inertial frames of creation because it's such a minor force.
Well, if it's inertial, then these don't arise. Right?
That's not true as well, because it's the pressure.
It would have to be undergoing some form of acceleration or something. Why would it have to be circular? What?
Because of the nature of the gravity.
Wait.
It would have to be circular. What are you talking about?
The force of gravity would have to be circular. Why? I'm triggered.
Forces aren't circular.
Yeah, wait, I need to understand. Wait. No. Just think about this, okay?
Of course. Smash it.
We have to make this.
Smash it on.
So whenever we do
Good
a
shit.
problem, so like Physics 101 bullshit, we have to create a frame of inertia, and we essentially identify within that frame, let's say there's a ball sliding down a hill, we keep that frame condensed, that's the frame we're looking at it from. I'm not moving, and we're merely looking at the ball going down. Gravity is merely just pulling it downward, so there's no force pulling it upward. As simple as that. We count gravity in this instance, however, in more specialized cases that revolve around special relativity, we do not, because in every frame we're transferring our velocity from the frame of the ball that's moving across the train to my frame at the train station watching the train. Gravity is going to be nonetheless constant. It's not. It's gonna. There's no law of momentum that states that gravity is conserved, but it still is constant. Like, I hope that makes sense.
Wait, gravity isn't constant.
No. We under the. No, you're right. But we make the assumption that gravity is constant. You because you're saying that you're saying these things are true.
Hello?
But, like there's
Hello?
these really niche
Anybody
That was amazing, Triple.
I want to say that within the perimeters of like the small space that us humans go.
Yay! Got me, man.
Gravity acts
You could give the Red Jacks a lesson in territory
Yes,
control.
over small distances relative to the
No,
masses
no, no.
involved.
Not within small distances, within large distances, as we consider
Looks like I'm not getting
large.
one for prophecy.
depending on-
Let's see what else we can
Depends.
pull off on
Gravity
Drexel.
acts the same on the surface of the Earth as it does on the surface of Jupiter.
No,
you think those are the same gravitational force?
Absolutely not.
Those
No,
are
absolutely
fucking far away, my dude.
No, absolutely not. Based on those far perimeters, I just want to say, like, whenever you're rolling down a hill,
Yes,
that's the point.
That's right. My point is, on distances that are small, like a foot or like
Yes,
a centimeter, gravity, the forces of gravity are generally going to be the same unless you're near some like insanely distorted like field or something.
Well,
like, I know in
depending
a
upon-
black hole where you like cross over the event horizon or something.
Exactly. But like it depends on also the angulation of the force and so on, right? If you are on
Sure.
a hill versus
my
if you're
point-
just falling.
Okay,
But
we're
yeah.
getting turbo lost in the weeds. My point is that
I'm sorry.
is that
yeah.
gravity as a force, like gravity in general relativity, gravity is a fictitious force. It's just like an apparent movement that happens because of the curvature of space-time. And there's no law that says it has to be conserved in the way that like energy has to be conserved.
No,
Energy
there
isn't like just locally conserved or just appears conserved. It just doesn't vary all that much across small distances that appear in like scientific experiments. That's not what they mean when they say that energy is conserved. They mean literally, it is a physical law that it is conserved due to Nerda's theorem.
No, I agree. This is where you're coming from. But the problem is we have to only concur with the facts that we can actually like observe. So when I say like gravity is an observable law, not a like empirical. No, it is an empirical law, but it isn't a like theoretical law. You see what I mean, right?
Are you talking about Newton's law?
No, it is it's difficult. When I say that if you drop an object to Uranus and we document it to be something else than what we theoretically say that it is, we change our definition of gravity, correct?
Sorry, what? Say that again?
So, if you drop an object on Uranus, right? And you find that it falls at a different rate than what we would expect it to be, yes? We would change our definition of gravity. Correct or disagree?
I don't know that we'd change our definition, but we would change what we would expect it to be.
No, we would. No, we would, 100%. The same way we would.
I don't think that that's true. I think that if you define gravity in terms of the curvature of space-time, you drop something and it acts differently than you thought, one explanation might be that there's more curvature here, more space-time curvature here than you thought, right? So like, you don't necessarily junk like, oh, actually gravity must be something other than the curvature of space-time. Maybe you've just like discovered that, you know, you made some bad calculation about what the curvature of space-time is here. You neglected something.
Yeah. No, that might be my ignorance more than it, and I might trespass too much. But yeah, that could be the fact that we have calculated curvature or something.
That's nice.
Yeah, I don't really know what you're hitting at, Polier, because this is a problem that like we understand. Like we're still trying to study the effects of gravity. We're still trying to like actually like see how it works with relations to a lot of different things.
The point is simply
saying the error wouldn't necessarily be that your definition was.
I know you can find rules that can hold territory.
Do you know what a centimeter actually is?
Enemy claimed Zone C. You captured Zone A.
Distance that light travels in a particular number of seconds.
It is what we call a unidentifiable It is what it is, no matter what it is.
Honestly, if you want to really get into it, like, you don't even know, like, what the fuck, like, mass is. Like, it's fucking
Absolutely. The problem is then you go on to a philosophical debate. And we don't
okay, yeah, well, this is why I hate mathematics. I think mathematics is physics right now. Okay, I'm gonna hit you right now. Sorry, I had to hit you there because me and Roger Penrose are on this path right now.
You know what? He's fucking wrong. I'm sorry.
No, bro,
really
Roger Penrose ain't
He
wrong.
really is. Fuck off. Nah.
I'm going hard.
He thinks that we shouldn't use math and physics.
No, not that. That's not the argument. The argument I'm making is that here's the argument that I'm making is that in physics as we know it right now, the reason why different fields are unable to translate their observations into other fields of physics within physics is because we're looking at it from two different perspectives. One is composed of algebra and another is composed of geometry. And in the translation,
before anyone say anything, okay, before anyone says everything, what is the difference?
In translating them? Algebra and geometry?
Yes!
You have zoned
What's the difference between algebra and geometry?
One of them is...
I want you to step by step. I want you to step by gosh!
Stop screaming.
Okay, hold on. Hold on, Jesus Christ.
Fucking trigger right now. I'm sorry.
Are you asking what's the difference between algebra and geometry?
No, Bullier, what I'm asking, what I'm saying, Bullier, is that we, as the physics community, is having trouble sort of interpreting things like string theory because of the complications in the relationship between our philosophical and empirical observations connected to algebra and geometry.
I don't know what that means.
Okay, so string theory, for example. So if you don't know, string theory right now is being
vibrating the 13 dimensions.
Literally the M dimension. It's like 11 dimensions, or right around there. It's fucking bullshit. But here's my point. Because here's what you say?
Now you're fighting with heart.
No, I didn't hear what you said.
You captured zone B.
Don't shit on me yet. Wait, let me finish.
I'm certainly shitting on you, but yeah,
you can shit on me after, okay? I'm just saying this. It's like string theory was. I think string theory was trying to answer certain numbers.
God damn it, Hammerhead. Wow, I haven't seen that.
I'm tired as fuck. Oh god.
Come on, watch Thermobone.
What was string theory trying to answer originally? Explain me that.
Oh, that was a headshot.
Seemingly trying to answer was the probabilistic difference between work and the basic Schrödinger equation, right? Whether an electron is going to exist physically or is already, and then try to build the difference is realistic existence of a wave or a particle is. That is the point where I'm stuck at. Right?
Okay.
Captured zone B.
So when you want to make your point, I can't actually help you make your point.
No, give me the general overview, and then I could say what
String theory was originally developed from the late 60s and early 70s, but never proved a successful theory of data.
This is wonderful. Your advantage grows.
Sheldon did,
Stay
right?
strong.
No, he did loop quantum gravity.
Shut up, Don't
Okay,
listen
then
Don't listen to that call.
In a general idea, I just want to say this: is that they had the
They can't have
construction
my
of
zones.
these particles that were colliding, but they weren't. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna fuck you over. So these particles were colliding. We didn't really, we couldn't really,
5 minutes
like
remaining.
they were. What the fuck was? Oh no! Fuck, 1 second, I need to find it. I'm trying to explain this to you.
I got shells for everyone. Come on.
I'm gonna say that it's
Ooh, fuck.
I don't know whether I'm
I got
explaining
8 by
this
that.
correctly or whether I'm actually giving it my opinion or not. The point is that there is a definite fundamental factors in how they behave, in which we can actually derive
Now show them the true meaning of
fundamental particles behave
Zone
or
C,
actions
Captain.
perform.
You have advanced.
From my definition, the sea
There's one weak by me, so I see. Hey.
behavior. But
I
from
don't
the
know my
other
zones, okay?
persons,
Bite me.
yeah,
I can't read today, I haven't done
from another person's point of view, it seems that if you want to put it within the framework, they could potentially explain the single universe framework and then build upon the explanation of
Zone
like
C lost. Zone C lost.
other theories that simply seem so that I don't know how to actually.
Come on.
I couldn't theoretically execute mathematically.
Give me a second, I'm trying to remember. There's this idea that has to deal with particles, and they couldn't. The particles couldn't collide or some bullshit like that. So they like made it.
Ow.
Yeah, no, it's like asking what's 6 times 48, and asking me to actually answer that question. I have no fucking idea.
288.
Okay, then multiply that by 48, and then divide it by 2. Multiply by 32.
What the hell look like to you, dude?
Exactly! That's what I'm telling you, motherfucker!
Yo, you drunk as hell, dog.
I'm drunk out of a volume meter, alright? I know the fuck idea what I'm doing. I just know quantum physics, that's it.
Yo, you sound like Rick Sanchez.
Oh wait, so my whole criticism essentially is that the idea of creating this geometric representation of the string that was produced from string theory seems very, very problematic, and it obviously is because they had to produce so many other dimensions to try and answer the question of the string.
Yeah, and also the problematic
Of course, one line. He took my special. Kill him. Kill them all. Kill him dead. Kill him fucking dead, Guardian.
And you want to do that on a Discord call? Fuck off!
No, that's just my main point. Like bullying, like math is carrying physics, and philosophy is helping it to be transformed. And like, we need
I don't know what any of this. I don't
Hang
know.
on. First off, philosophy has not helped any of this. Okay.
You're telling me the philosophy? Okay, it's helped in the discourse. Okay, I'll say that.
KDA.
Yes, it has. Yes, it has.
I have no idea what it means when you want like physics to not use math. I don't.
I'm not saying that. I did not. Did I say physics does not use math?
Okay.
Like,
What does it mean?
I said
What is it?
revamp.
What is it? Yes. What does it mean?
My question is, when does physics use ethics?
Okay, we'll talk about that later. Hold up, Bollier, go ahead.
Okay.
Fucking slime wormy asshole.
Because Bollier
That's a little warming.
Wait.
I need to piss like a racehorse beer back.
What's it mean?
I don't understand what needs to be revamped about the way that they're using math. If you're like criticizing string theory for being unsuccessful, like every theory is unsuccessful until it is.
I'm not. I didn't say it was. I didn't say.
When
it was
you were like, they should be embarrassed that they have to add so many dimensions. I don't understand.
Did I say
the
they should
nature-
be embarrassed?
Sorry, I didn't. I'm not fucking quoting you, dude. I'm summarizing your view. You were like, it's like bad that they had to add so many dimensions, and that means that like that's like a reason to give up this approach and go with something else, right? That's what I mean by embarrassed. Okay? Is that okay with you? Do you permit me to use this term?
Okay, I mean, but like.
Okay.
Okay, so when I say
so
revamp,
what is bad about adding dimensions?
it complicates and it contradicts
Okay,
a
it
lot.
contradicts something.
Well, yeah, a lot of
What
like
does it
our
contradict?
what it fucking god, so I have to get out my fucking dictionary. Okay. 1 second.
The problems about adding, for example, dimensions is that when in like, what is it called? When something is symmetric, yes, symmetric mathematics. It is very difficult to understand what's actually happening. If you've actually had molecular symmetry. Anyone?
No.
So SimOtter is a wonderful learning unit. Give me a second. What's where do I post this?
Gen Voice.
Okay. So, why can't I type help? Yes, SimOtter.org. It is a wonderful gallery of molecular symmetry that you definitely want to understand before going into this debate. So let's see.
Control.
How do
Control.
you focus more? No, full exit full screen. Stay on top. Help! What is happening?
You good there, bro?
No, I'm not. I don't know how to actually share a fucking link on the
Move in and take those
bloody Discord.
They are your
On
life.
the
They
top
are your
of your
life.
screen, you copy it. You find the
No,
Gen VC
no.
link. You click it, and then you paste it. There you go.
Ah, there we are.
Emmy claimed zone.
Gen
Zone D cap. Zone D cap.
Got fireball.
So this is a gallery of asymmetric operations. They usually happen most of the time. They are based
My zone, not your zone. Don't you come at my shit.
orbital computation.
Zone A captured. You
Okay, why does this make it
You're in
bad?
the lead.
Ow.
Oh, fascinating. Because you can't actually theoretical proofing. If I ask you if a molecule exists within 4 dimensions of
Zone
whatever
C
shape
lost.
that
Zone C
represents,
lost.
how do you prove that? Or just prove
Don't spend all that ammo in one
Yes,
ammo. Enemy
agreed.
claimed
Well,
zone
right.
B.
So the question for string theory is just whether it can get a model that makes more
They just
useful
took the
predictions.
lead. Just took the lead.
Yes,
I don't
agreed.
see why adding the dimension. Oh, we found out that on your current amount of dimensions you have this problem, right? So like maybe
Everyone's
they
just
add the right,
crouching
they
around.
add another dimension, or they add enough dimensions, and they define like a nice enough, metric tensor or something. They can get a system that'll do like all the useful predictions. I don't see what's supposed to be bad about any of it.
I don't believe
Zone C lost. Zone C lost.
I mean, there's like active work and shit.
Yeah, it's dying.
Definitely. No, hold on. It is not done.
Yes, it
These are
is.
the work. No,
Are you
hold on.
serious?
No, hold on. These
I
are
could
the
link you
work
to.
of
Okay.
Now, hold on. These are the work that I do not have the confidence to actually speak about, so I will not say they are dying.
No. There are people in Princeton who are still working on string theory. Like, I know this very well. It's just I'm saying that people are looking into more more things. They're like revamping. They're rechanging the shape of the string. They're working around different things. This is a big problem because they have to create more dimensions to the string, so it makes it a little complicated.
100%. But I would have to agree that the majority of universities really don't hold a perception of our reality, and whoever disagrees with
You
that
gained the lead. You gained the lead.
rather faulty.
Yeah, I agree.
What'd you say?
God damn it, of course, Smash Attack.
1D, 2D, 3D, and time.
He's a bad data.
Minkowski space time.
Continue.
It's supposed to be an A datum, but he's really a B datum.
Time-like dimensions.
That is very physically.
There's like three space-like and 2 time-like dimensions.
The rather I cannot say, but
They've taken the lead. You could turn this tide.
I'm looking at it right now. I'm just making sure I remember because I think you're right. I think there are 4 other. You said 2 space time.
I can't remember how many, but I think it's signature.
God damn, they got grenade launcher below.
I don't even know how popular Casper's is.
We have to use it in special relativity, so.
But yeah, no, special relativity is very different and is very complicated. And it is not so like.
Fuck, I can try and show you guys a problem, but you guys like.
I've seen the derivation of special relativity.
Give me a second.
Project. You got shot.
Yeah, it's really dumbed down. It's really dumbed down.
Just because I understand it doesn't mean that
it's not that hard to fucking understand. Special relativity, like other than doing like
special relativity.
Can you allow I don't think it is. Like once you've mastered like vector calculus, like and reduced to doing all that stuff, I don't think there's anything magically special about special relativity that makes it all that much more different from like undergraduate like electromagnetism.
So how come you
Because I wasn't a fucking physics major. What do you mean? I'm a math major.
Okay, so how come you didn't solve the subset of those ideas?
What? What?
How come?
You're drunk.
Get wasted,
I'm sure there are open problems that are hard in special relativity.
My bro,
but
the problem is when you say something is easy, the thing is you're undermining the work.
Holy fuck, that's fucking.
Smarter. You're way more intelligent than
Yeah, we know this. Dude, Bolier's a fucking mathematician.
Calculus, the basic calculus, right? Fucking chain rule, fucking like polynomials, all of that shit is incredibly easy to understand. There are open problems in real analysis, there are open problems in calculus, there are open problems in polynomial algebra. Those problems are hard. The basics, at this point, are fucking easy. That's why high schoolers can learn the fucking chain rule.
Oh shit, they are! Hey listen, you go to Yahoo Answers and you answer the shit that physics majors need to answer. And you just make a fuck ton of money! Go ahead!
I worked as a fucking math tutor. Yes, I've made money teaching people calculus.
Wait, you're already not different things. Wait, you're right. Like the map is already there for the physics people to do.
What's the difference?
What
I'm trying to say, or what I think Canada is trying to say, is that the way they break physics problems in special relativity, despite you having the map, you still need to have the fucking skill to understand what's being said.
No, the problem with the physics question is it's not a question.
Exactly.
It is the reality. It is where we exist. I want you to actually have the balls to go beyond what you fucking read, and then actually make fucking.
Yo, no, he's just talking reckless, man. He's just talking reckless.
You're going a little bit off the rails,
Sure, man. Hey, listen, yeah, sure. Whatever you want to say.
Right now,
no worries.
But like you're not, dude. Physics problems are vastly more difficult compared, like because like
No
they're generally
shit.
a lot.
That is what I'm saying. He is dictating physics questions as if they were like high school level 2
The basics of
questions.
the basics of special relativity are understandable for undergrads, which is why they fucking teach it in undergrads. Anything that an undergrad can do is fucking easy. Okay? That is easy shit.
Undergrad, do it.
I'm not interested in physics. Why the fuck would I do physics?
Why didn't? No, I'm
Dude,
asking
no, that's
you.
hard, bro.
Why didn't the undergrad do it? Whatever you want to do. Because it was taught to them.
Time. Undergrads, every fucking physics program in the fucking United States teaches you special relativity.
Sure. Fucking excuses. Because it's hard. That's why.
Every undergrad learns it. Literally every fucking physics major learns special relativity. All of them do.
That's true, but it's
Here, we got two a day.
If an undergrad can do it, then it's not hard.
Okay, cool.
Your perspective, yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. The mathematics, yeah.
That is
beautiful. So full of shit. So
Yo,
man. Do you think an undergrad can answer the question of relativity and what we have
30 seconds
for
remaining.
modern understanding?
Well,
Yes,
no
or
idea.
Almost got this
what
one.
that even means. Let me explain what I mean.
Hey, go ahead.
There are elements of special relativity, including the like very basics of applying Galilean.
High school mathematics. Sorry. Go ahead.
The basics of special relativity that involve like doing calculus in order to compute like relativistic quantities, like relativistic speed, relativistic angles. All of that is within the capacity of an average physics major in undergrad to accomplish. It is not a special accomplishment. It is not a special feather in your cap if you're an English major that understands how to compute these quantities, right?
That is fascinating.
Just as it is not a feather in my cap relative to math majors that I can prove Lagrange's theorem, right? Any undergrad should be able to.
Now hang on, give me a
Wait,
second.
Bollier, hold up.
Because
Okay,
he
go ahead,
genuinely posed a repose to my question. So, do you believe that you have all the theoretical experience to answer the questions of somebody who genuinely...
No,
in
I'm
this
not a physics
modern day
guy.
and age-
I'm not a physics guy. No,
Oh,
of
I'm
course I don't.
sorry. I didn't know we get to do fucking bullshit ass. Fucking like, oh shit, I don't know physics, so I get to run away from the question entirely?
You asked me why I wouldn't go. Do I have the experience to go answer people's question about physics? No, I don't.
I'm saying that the question is so infinitesimally more complicated than what we figure as the modern interpretation of physics, the way you could possibly understand. So why the fuck you would ever laugh at somebody who has had a 5-year-old tenure is ludicrous to me.
Look,
that is it.
Look,
that is it. That is all. That is it.
I am not saying that we've figured out everything there is to know about special relativity. I'm not saying that there are no hard questions in special relativity. I am not saying that undergrads have solved special relativity, right? All I'm saying is the basics of special relativity, which is what Detective J was talking about, those are capable of being understood. Those aren't anything mystical or mystifying to people who have like a basic undergrad, like college level calculus understanding. They would be capable of going into a special relativity class and learning the equations and applying them.
Okay, so
That's all I
So where does the mystery unfold itself?
I don't know what that means. I don't care about that question.
Yeah.
Oh, that is a fucking cheapskate. Okay, so where is the question
Where's the
itself?
mystery, man? It's a fucking Deepak Chopra question. I don't give a shit.
No, you're full of shit. What do you mean? Okay,
Okay,
so
no, wait. We're just like, no, this isn't like getting anywhere. Like, this is obvious.
Battle
Like,
between math and
no,
physics.
you're right. No, you're
but
right.
like,
No,
but like,
you're
Bullier, all I gotta
very
say
right.
is like this is like, while the concepts, like, I generally agree because the mathematics there is like, honestly, I think the mathematics in like special relativity is like high school, or at least for mine. But like the when you answer the problems, like in special relativity, they're a lot more complicated. Because there's more physical rules and like assumptions that we have to make that are involved in the creation of inertial frames and stuff, and just it's vastly more different than just simply. That's all I'm saying.
It's not just high school, and it's not just the product rule and the quotient. Yes.
100%. Yes, I agree. The thing is, I do not believe the people are preaching the answer right now. What was the answer?
Show me you can take ground.
The people who are preaching the answer, it seems to be the bottom majority, are the people who actually knows the answer.
Well, I think when Bollier said it was like fucking easy, he referred to the concept, which I agree. It's just the fucking like, it's like applying the concepts to these problems are fucking hard. It's fucking hard.
Right, because you think that all physics majors are geniuses? Is that your view? Absolutely. All physics majors, all of them that graduate, can do special relativity, right? They all have to pass special relativity.
100%.
Right? If you want to say that it's a difficult course in the major, fine.
Absolutely.
Right? Real analysis is difficult. Commutative algebra is difficult. Functional analysis is difficult. Complex analysis is difficult. These are all difficult classes, but they're, when I say they're easy, I just mean an undergraduate, like just a typical run-of-the-mill undergrad can do this, right? An undergraduate degree is like...
No, 100% disagree.
No, thinking a typical... Okay, so then physics majors are geniuses. They're way above the average undergrad.
Wrong. They have to have the prerequisite tools to actually be able to control.
That doesn't make them geniuses.
No, I agree.
Why Panda never said they're geniuses, did he?
Yes, but the tools that they have are just undergraduate math.
No,
they have some. They have some special.
There's prerequisites. That's all.
Special genius.
Wow. I actually agree with you. No, they don't technically have to have the comprehension of some genius level math to understand it. The problem is they actually have to have the understanding.
Double down.
Bullshit. When do you ever have to do it?
No.
I'm about to explain it to you, drunk idiot. I'm about to explain it to you, drunk idiot. Okay. When do physics majors ever have to do proofs? What physics major has ever written a proof in a physics course? All you ever do are like they just like give you a problem setup. They give you a They give you a problem setup. They give you a problem setup, and you just draw a diagram. You don't have to prove that any of it works. You just like mindlessly apply the rules.
Ignorance.
Bullier, no. I'll just say this. That's it. Yeah, end it. Just end it. Bullier, like he has to
no,
for the
but let's
concept.
you have to prove a 1s orbital within a like subatomic, and then you have to actually apply the coordinates. Like you operate within a framework.
I think it's a spoof whenever you follow a rule.
This is apply within it.
Make it a fight behind. To make it
think
so
global is
dumb.
not just
Do you think that do
All I have to say when I jump off a building, I fall off a fucking cliff. When you jump off a building, he doesn't fly. That is all I have to say.
What genius insight! Wow. So like, do you think when a kid has like a one train from Chicago at 30 miles an hour, another train leaves Seattle at 40 miles an hour, how long is it?
He will die. The problem is advertising. The problem.
Do you think that kid did when he does like the setup to the problem?
No, absolutely not. He will die every time.
You're in the lead. You're in the lead.
He will die every time.
Yeah, I do approve that.
Nobody disagrees with you. Nobody disagrees with you.
Sort of proof do physics majors
Nobody
do?
disagrees with you.
They
do.
Nobody's talking.
They don't. They
Detective-
don't. I agree with you. Everyone will die. You keep perpetuating a physical system where everyone dies. And there is like, what are you talking about?
Hey,
He's too drunk to do this.
You're good, Panda. You're out.
He's
You're
too
out.
drunk, man. You gone. He's on Jupiter, man.
I'll just say this fully. So what I mean by proofs is, essentially, no, it's not like the mathematical proofs you're thinking of.
So they're
It's
not
just
proofs.
Simply like, no, it's physics proofs. Like we're just simply restating the principles and concepts after we solve the problem, and then we're explaining the use and the methods, and why they work. So for example, I have to deal with a problem about space, where a space traveler is going across the galaxy, and I have to exemplify the concept of, I think it would have to do with length contraction, because I have to explain at what the real age, the relativistically invariant age the space traveler will have when he returns to Earth. Sorry, what? Why
do you have to
to make sure I the principles? This is how I like test them.
Yeah, exactly. But why do you operate within those parameters?
Because those are the only ones.
Yeah, but why do you have those? The core of the argument that I want to put. Yeah, got it. The core of the argument that I want to confront is that this is what we have agreed to in the general physical world, and I don't want to anyone's argument.
You captured Zone B.
Yeah, but that's not the same thing as like a proof, like writing a proof, like sorry, not really like systems or something verified.
I catch zone.
Axiom. Like when you like apply axioms, that's not.
Yeah,
you're muted.
Right, yeah. I was just saying.
Guys,
what you have to do is probably understand how the concept applies to a given set. You have to know something like, oh, the conservation of energy in this case means that this quantity is equal to that, right? That might be an application of. I don't know that sort of thing amounts to the kinds of understanding that Watch Panda thinks it's like super turbo robust. Like, you know that this is the truth out there in the world through some, right? You don't have to like understand, like, I don't know. I didn't do a physics major. All I know is when like my physics major friends in undergrad just like we're basically doing math in the physics class with certain additional rules. Like they didn't like if you ask they might be able to like recite a certain experiment that had a certain outcome that indicated a certain result is like credible or false. But I don't think their understanding went like super deep into the like philosophy of physics.
You have
that's
zone.
like for me, that's where I'm trying to get is like to understand philosophy of physics, because I think that's like far more important to understanding the way in which we establish these concepts and actually seeing language in them. So I want to end the conversation. Yeah, I want to end the conversation because we've been talking too much on this. I didn't want to bore everyone. But before you go, if anyone's interested, since we talked a lot about physics, in seeing some mathematical concepts and being used in physics, or just understanding it perhaps a more philosophical level, there's a book by Roger Penrose called The Road to Reality, a complete guide to the laws of the universe. I highly recommend that read. So far, I like it.
Targets eliminated.
Instead of that, you should read David too.
In my library.
Get red pilled on.
Instead of either of those, you should read the Turner Diaries. Okay, grade A literature.
No, I think people, if you are interested in the philosophy of science, as you said, I would say you should look into like Lakota's and Popper and their like distinction, demarcation, and falsification, like what is science and things of this nature. But yeah, like, cause like they're talking like hypotheses and theorems. Like there's mathematical proofs to them, but like physics don't. They don't come up with the proofs. Like physicists don't come up with the proofs. They use like mathematical proofs that come from the mathematicians to like substantiate their theorems.
Right.
You guys just look for like the boring shit about what happens to be true in our universe, and like mathematicians.
But we get a lot of Nobel Prizes for it, bro.
Mathematicians,
we get a lot of prizes.
yeah, that's true. You get shiny gold stars, but what mathematicians do is they find what would have to be true in any universe, right? They find like the skeletons of all possible worlds. It's just like, hey, there's a tree over here. They just figure out where the trees are. It's all physics. Physicists are...
Okay, no, okay, I have to laugh.
Yo, boy, I got
Because
beef right now. Boy, I'm talking regular.
There's like theoretical
Fuck
physics.
physics.
Okay, I don't know. I feel like the theoretical physicists. I'm not one because I'm too young. I'm still learning. Would fucking slap you, bully. But because you're right in some extent, but you're twisting some things. I think they would say.
Being way overly reductive, yes. But this is like why I wasn't interested in physics.
Boy, why did you get a? Why are you a mathematician? Why was that what you chose?
I really like formal systems and like figuring out how rules interact and apply to each other.
Okay.
So the sort of purest form of like, I was originally an English lit student because I wanted to be a lawyer. But then I decided to switch into math, and then after taking a bunch of math courses, I was like, yeah, okay, I'll just do this.
Wait, so now you said you're a math tutor, right?
I was a math tutor, now I'm a data scientist.
Oh shit.
Oh hell
Do
yeah!
you make a lot of money?
At my local library. Hell yeah.
Not a ton. I work for a small startup.
Are you excited to get laid off?
Excited to get, I hope not.
That's where all the mathematicians are going. Data science. I heard, like, especially at my school.
I don't know.
Physics people too. They do a lot of like machine learning stuff.
I want to get in. I think getting into big data seems fun. Looking at a lot of those solutions looks really interesting.
No,
I'm doing
honestly,
a engineering degree at the moment, but I found that my true passion comes in programming and statistics. So I'm thinking of
Statistics
going
was
into
the,
that, or maybe even switching my course. I don't know.
Statistics was the only applied math that I found it interesting at all.
Really?
I applied math.
Yeah, I don't. I really want to get in mathematics. It's just like, oh god.
Pure math is where it's at.
For me, I'm worried about wages.
Control.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Go ahead, Jay.
Go ahead, Tom. I'm good. I said my
Oh, right. Yeah. No, I was just saying, like, a lot of people don't understand the nuances of statistics. Like, they, how to lie with them, what to look out for when you're reading papers. For,
I know you can fight,
stuff,
but you
that
hold
kind of thing.
territory.
Dead interesting.
No,
This
that's
guy and his
Interesting
territories.
truth and probability
That is
of-
extremely interesting. You have like one of the most important jobs ever.
I think
Well, not me, I'm still on an engineering course.
the bigger problem is that just most people don't understand probability.
Everything's got a 50% chance of happening because it either happens or it doesn't.
You're in the lead.
I always thought that the statistical aspects were probably the more relevant to general living, like knowing, like, oh man, every function has a characteristic function that defines all of its moments. It's like, oh man, this distribution has a finite mean and variance. All right. Like the probabilistic elements of it other than the basics, like the super basics of like Bayes' theorem and stuff, there's stuff with like the statistical aspect of like drawing inferences from samples and populations, that was really the more mysterious element. The probability stuff is just like straightforward.
I think moment generating functions are like
Moment generating?
They're functions that you can generate based off of a probability function, and if you use them in different ways, they can describe very important stuff about that original function. It's like you can describe the variance.
Different derivatives give you important information about the function that would be very difficult to.
Oh, that's cool.
One thing that I've never really understood when looking at studies is how do they get their trend values? Like, I'd imagine there's a lot of variables that go into that. How do they calculate it?
A super toy example would be like estimating the proportion of people that support a particular candidate. So if you make certain assumptions that like random, a violation of randomness might be you ask every member of the family because it should be like the fact that the parents believe a certain way will like affect what the kid believes. So if you do like a truly random distribution, then those sorts of effects will probably not dominate. But what you can basically ask the question, okay, if we assumed that the true proportion of people in the population was P, like that P% of people supported the candidate, how likely would it be to see the sample that we got? So the probabilities that they get are like relative to an assumption.
I understand.
I'm just trying to digest that.
So like if you flip the coin, then and you flip the coin 100 times and you got like 49 heads and 51 tails, the probability that you would have seen that if the coin was super unfair and had a 90% chance of getting the tails, you might, even if that was the case, you could have seen what the shot. It's possible you could have gotten close to a 50-50, even if the coin wasn't fair. But the probability that you'd see that if the coin was that unbalanced are super, super rare. Right?
Yeah,
so
like what's the probability for that trend? And they're assuming you got like 100.
2 in the hallway there.
Let me think. Right. So say you have a fair coin, flip it 50 times. Isn't your probability for trend 1/2 to the n?
That you would see that specific pattern, like sequence of heads and tails, yes. But that would be true.
Yeah.
Well, it's what you look for.
Gold gun me, shotgun you.
What you tend to look for is just like the number of heads and the number of tails, not like. You don't care whether you got heads, tails, tails, or heads, tails, heads, tails. You care about the overall.
Didn't see him pass a flag.
So you don't
Hey,
care
grab
about
my
checking
head.
it against every other sequence. You care about checking it against you don't care about the order, basically.
Okay, so can you extrapolate this back to
So like, so suppose you thought that like 50% of people supported.
Oh, that's fun. Slap. Thank you,
And
thank you, Nelson.
like 1,000 people, and 999 of them supported Trump. Right? You have that would be like super good evidence if your assumption was wrong. Right? Because like if it were actually the case that only 50% of people supported Trump, then very, very few of the random samples, very few of those samples would contain 999 Trump supporters. Most of them would contain between like 400 and 600.
That makes a lot of sense.
Okay, so you just explained like the outliers, I guess.
Well, I don't necessarily think it's outlining talking about disproving an assumption based on the contents of their sample.
Well, yeah, the idea is like if you saw an outlier, outliers are probably not representative.
After this match, I'll probably go.
That's sort of the idea that
see
like
if I can
the sample,
pull for it.
like in order for your assumption to be true, the sample count would have to be like a really crazy. It's like massive outlier, and the sort of the intuition is that outliers are rare. So probably.
Okay.
Probably
so, like,
this sample isn't like a crazy 1 in a million thing. Probably more likely your assumption.
Okay, I have a question. So, okay. So is this what you mean, Dinos, when you say like people don't understand probability? Like another,
Sort of, but it's honestly more basic than that. Like,
would a clear example of it be like when people on like the news are saying like the cities are burning?
That seems more of a what's the word?
Political thing as opposed to.
No, there's a term for like a mental fallacy. I forgot what those are called.
Cognitive bias.
Yeah. That's more of a cognitive bias, where like it's the way that you approach the world.
Sweeping generalizations.
Yeah, a better example of probability is
about, like,
it's probably
or something.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like people tend to try and find patterns and stuff that can be explained by randomness a lot, and other times there's decisions that if you have a good understanding of probability, you can get yourself a more favorable outcome, but people make bad assumptions about how independence works and stuff, to where people always rely on their intuition and that backfires.
People like make really dumb statements about sample size. So that, oh man, we live in a nation of 300 million people, and they think this sample size of 15,000 is going to be representative. Like, yes, if it's random, it will be incredibly representative.
That's the most common like complaint that non-statistics people like to bring up. You see a study and they see like a seemingly small number
N
of
equals
people
300.
sample,
Oh,
right? Yeah, and that's I see it all the time.
I think for
It's
them,
like,
I
that's
think
not, you don't know what you're talking about. Like I
just
can
think for
clearly tell you what something accurate, but just because
which
it's small,
which is funny because the principle being invoked here is the same as like when you're like seasoning your soup, like if you're cooking a bunch of soup,
the back of my house.
You only need one spoonful to
Probably
tell
won't be
whether
able to
it's
pull
too
that one
salty. You don't need to like take 1 million spoonfuls in order to like make sure that it's salty, because the salt is distributed randomly, right? So you'd only need like
yeah.
one.
I guess just the fallacy for a lot of people is that they instinctively they're just like, oh, this is small, and it's like their brain doesn't jump to like the I mean, I'm not a statistician, so I don't know how you would gain a random sample size, but I would assume that there's a pretty rigorous.
You can compute how big your sample size needs to be by putting like conservative bounds on what you think the variance is, and then like for a given, like for the if the variance was as high as you conservatively thought it could be, then how many samples would you need to be such and such a percent confident, or to have a competent 95% confidence interval with a small enough margin of error? You can just compute the sample size from that.
But so with that given, I don't think that many people, their idea of what random is just by like asking people on the street. So when it's like, oh, like 15,000 people, I feel like the instant image is that like these are people with like pens and like notepads, getting on a bunch of different planes to a bunch of like to like Alabama and then to like New York City, and to get their samples, right? So it's like it's pretty reasonable. That, like,
I'm a fucking idiot. What's the problem, Dino? Can you repeat it one more time? What is the problem?
The problem with people or the image island?
People probability. People who like don't understand probability.
Yeah, basically, there's a lot of different cases where people are really bad at understanding outcomes based on probability. A good one is, for example, people think if you have a sample size of 300 people and your population is like 5 million, that sample size could never tell you anything meaningful. When we can calculate, based off of how with a sample size, your margin of error will tend to stagnate after a certain bit, and then it will like marginally increase, or decrease. Basically, people don't understand that a smallish sample size can be fine as long as you have 200 to 300 people typically. And additionally, in people's everyday lives, they are also very bad at understanding that a little bit of common scenarios that seem unlikely or seem counterintuitive actually make sense. So I don't know if you've ever heard of the Monty, what's it called? The Monty
Hall.
Monty
Hall.
Hall. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
the
I
one
have
with
heard
the
of that.
3 doors, right? Most people
I
can
hate
never
it.
get you the right answer, right? But if you take like a statistics lab, yeah. If you take
I
a
hate that
statistics
problem. It's so unintuitive.
The money hall, I know. Yeah, fuck, dude.
By the way,
Mhm.
can I show you
Just
guys
real
a little
quick.
project that I've I don't know, some of you might find this cool. I'm just gonna share my screen for a little bit.
Okay.
So I know this is completely random, but does anyone have an ETA on when Destiny's actually going live, or are we all just sitting behind the starting soon screen?
I don't watch.
We don't
Destiny.
watch Destiny.
Actually,
Oh,
surprising.
We don't watch Destiny.
Fucking hell. Wow.
There's like a
that's fucking
surprising.
hilarious.
Yeah, dude. I've watched like one Destiny stream.
This is
I just
the
watched his YouTube
incel
video.
game room.
Yeah, dude. This is the MGTOW subreddit. So,
I'm just kidding. Wait,
We need
did
to
you,
do a
Tom?
poll for that. We need to
did
do a
you-
poll of how many people in this server actually watch that videos,
Yeah, dude,
the
I'd really-
frequency
wait.
at which they watch
I'd say it's
it.
probably like less than half. I'd say it's probably like an eighth, or like actually active viewers or like subs.
Wait,
Yeah,
sorry,
there's
I-
probably
sorry,
at
guys,
least
wait.
Like, I've
maybe.
seen almost all of his videos.
Tom,
and I
what
try
is
to
this?
catch his
Is this
live.
is this like
Right.
a time distribution chart, and you're trying to predict like when Destiny will go live stream again, or what?
Oh man, if only. This is
Oh.
a thing I did to do with playing cards. I got very bored in the lockdown. It's just about probability of being able to predict a card.
Matplotlib.pyplot,
with different
that's
types
my
of-
favorite.
Yeah, I know, right?
Just so you
with
know,
different
Watch
types of
Panda, you are
shuffles.
muted.
So here's like data. You guys know the ruffle shuffle with cards?
Riffle
where you just
shuffle.
split the
Oh,
deck.
you're like
Yeah, sure,
server
riffle,
muted.
ruffle. I don't know.
Yeah,
it looks cool.
Anyway,
A lot of girls doing that.
like I just tried to graph it essentially. This is what a sorted deck looks like, and no, this is just really pretty. I like this a lot.
That's true.
I changed the shuffle value. This is like based on one set of data that I did, so you know,
How
don't
many?
trust it. But
This is the number of shuffles is one.
so yeah, basically when these lines, basically when you can't see any kind of regression anymore, that's when you know it's shuffled. So 3 shuffles is, you know, it's pretty much fucked at this point. But you know, you can still make out a few lines. 4 shuffles, and then I didn't go any further than 5. But that's basically it.
You can do. I think there's like the Wilcoxon ranked sign test is supposed to test for like whether a sequence is random. You can also do
What's it called again?
the Wilcoxon. Wilcox ON.
Yep. Test. I'll just look at that later.
This dude is
There's-
farming karma. Me RIL.
And the other one would be like
Am I?
looking for pairs that are in order. It's sort of like the receiver operator characteristic area under the curve, ROCAUC.
Is this the one where like you just throw like a bunch of knives up and below the curve to like find the and it's randomly distributed, and then you like determine fuck.
Look, guys, watch Panda's flipping all of us off.
He's so mad.
The other thing I did was you guys ever play Pokemon Platinum?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, there's like in the resort area, there's that place where you can only catch Magikarp, like ranging from levels 1 to 100. My friend said that, yeah, basically my friend said, well, there's a 1% chance that you're going to catch a level 100. And then after I tried and got like 4 level 50s in a row, I decided to get a load of data of all the Magikarp levels that I caught. I got 250 data points here.
Jesus
You're a
Christ.
nerd. You're such a dweeb.
Is this what you're doing in your free time, playing Pokemon Platinum?
Alright,
and
if we're gonna compare nerd shit, let me break out something.
Okay, but
Anyway, yeah.
show us the data.
Wait, can I do this next? Can we do the no life dig measuring con?
This sure,
is a
buddy.
yes. This is a yes. I'm gonna show you guys some nerdy shit.
Oh, that's
too.
cool. Wait, what was that? What was that, Tom? I didn't see it. Sorry.
Oh, what's this? This is the histogram of all of the
Magikarp you caught?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
that's
like,
more or less normally distributed.
Yeah, and then I just draw the actual line to
You don't have a kernel density estimate though. Cringe. Oh, there it is.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, but anyway,
Wait, is that what it should be?
It looks like
what
it,
was
no?
what was that
well-
histogram? Or not the actual histogram. You had a curve.
Yeah, the curve. That's like that's like the normal distribution curve that from the raw data, right?
Oh, okay, yeah, that's
derived,
it's sometimes called the kernel density estimate.
Yeah. And then the odds of catching a level 100 are that 0.00015. My
How is
friend
that?
actually caught one in the within the 250 data points. So I don't know. It could well be wrong. I need more data to prove it.
Nice. Are you calling for action? Everybody to.
Oh, sorry.
Or platinum.
Oh yeah,